Uh, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As has been said, my name is Jacob Molete. I'm not sure I'm audible at the back there. For me, this is like life in full cycle. At some point, I was in this very same department of public relations at the Valley University of Technology. And then today I'm here and I'm addressing new colleagues. So therefore, don't despair. We then, at that time, we were calling ourselves Eagles. And if you know the history of the VUT itself, we used to have the two streams of public relations, the African stream and the English stream. So therefore, those things. And the VUT then was in the beginning there by the next to the cafeteria where it was before. So for me, as I'm standing here, I'm coming back home. So So this is my home. This is where you are. This is where the dream started, and it's still growing. But you never arrive in life. The only time you arrive is at the graveside because that's where everything ends. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do a presentation. I would have liked it for a restart a presentation here, MDDA, because we are one entity. MDDA talks to issues of community radio infrastructure, talk to the issues of legislation in terms of ensuring that the community radio sector survive, and it does have an infrastructure in that regard. And then Tina, as government communications, we ensure that we make sure that the community radio do have content and have access to government content and government information so that people can be able to be informed. So that's where we come from. That's how far we are. That's where we are. So in terms of the presentation, I'm going to do the first introduction slide. The other two is just the legal framework because everything in government is embedded or it's premised on ensuring that there's a mandate or a legal mandate that ensure that you provide services in a particular way that is being addressed. As government communications, as I've said, we the custodian of government communications and is responsible for setting up the government communication system. When you see there's communication in the presidency, there's communication in the office of the premier and communications across all the three spheres of government. That is one of our responsibility to ensure that communities understand that government communication is the very important system. Hence, Pelbach said, self-expression must pass into communication for it to be fulfilled. We understand that we can all talk, but we need to package our message in a way that we want to emit a particular feedback from whoever is receiving the message. Hence, as government, we are the custodian of government communication and is responsible for setting up the government communication system. It's our mandate to ensure that all the spheres of government and agencies and entities adhere to the principle, policies, and the standard established for effective communications. That's one of our mandate. And then we are all guided through all doing this by the Constitution, as we know, the freedom of expression and the limitation that comes with. Because in most cases, we say in freedom of expression, we disregard the limitations that comes with the freedom of expression. So therefore, GCIS is responsible for ensuring a well-functioning government communication system that proactively informs and engage citizens and the media. So hence, we ensure that there's community media, and most faces that I know within the community media space I've worked with in terms of the colleagues here. The other slide, the legislative framework, I would jump. I'm not going to go through that. I'll go directly to what we do as GCIS. As GCIS, we have two mandates, twin mandate. The first one is to coordinate, guide, and support, and sometimes leads government communication system. And then the other one is to provide information to citizens, which enable them to improve their life. Hence, what we call, in terms of us as government communication, we call it development communication. Development communications means you communicate not for the sake of selling a product, or you communicate to ensure that people are and understand how can they, in terms of accessing government programs, to empower themselves and to ensure that they get the message that would ensure they develop their lives. When it comes to the coordination of government communications, as I've said, we lead the coordination of government communication, thereby establishing various structures to ensure there's intergovernmental relations so that we can speak coherently with one voice, many voices, but one message. That's what's important. Even if the government system is the whole three spheres of government, but we should speak with one voice, but different actors in terms of ensuring the message gets to the intended publics. As part of coordinating and supporting governments and sometimes leads government wide, we advocate within and across government for communication to be recognized as a strategic function and a central service delivery function. We lead and drive and coordinate government communication across the three spheres of government. We assist to establish, coordinate the nation and the local government and the local communication structures, whereby we're saying provincially there should be a communication structure that ensure that it coordinates communications, and locally there should be such a structure that ensure that. Hence, I'm saying our coordination function is to ensure that even though there are too many messengers, but the message should always stay the same, and the message should always be carried throughout the three spheres of government in terms of government messages. By ensuring that we inform the communities, that's where the community media plays a critical role. That's where the content sharing with the community media comes into play, because without the sector as a community media, the message cannot get to the intended beneficiary, which are communities that has to know what are government programs that are intended to empower them, that are intended to ensure that they access government services. So therefore, those are the coordinating forums that we have. You have the nation. I'm not going to go through all these things. You would go through it in your own spare time. I'm going to go to the why we are here, the community, understanding the community media. The characteristics of community media. Community media is crucial to ensure the critical issues facing our towns don't go untold. That's the basics of having the community media, is to ensure that the stories that emanate from the ground, they do get a voice, they do get amplified somewhere, they do get community. So therefore, the characteristics of community media, as I've put, it's a platform for diversity, transformation, and media ownership landscape. Because in most cases, community media has to be driven by communities themselves, without them having to rely onto the national or the regional media providers. Provide local, diverse, and accessible information by reflecting community interest and issues. Meaning, the community media cannot just be a pipe for national media by taking the national issues and making, but however, it should reflect the interest and the issues that are locally driven, so that for it to be made a community radio, it serves as a platform for local discourse. Because as a platform for local discourse, that is where the communities, when they have issues, they are able to raise their issues with the community media, that is then being taken up by different government spheres or even the private sector, to ensure that the particular communities do have a voice in the whole media landscape. It's an important link between citizens and government, because at some point, as I've said, as GCIs, we provide content to the community media. I think Abdita will attest to that from Ival University of Technology Radio, or Awusimolo from the Citibank FM. They've worked with us for most of the time. That's why they are a link between us and the communities to ensure that the communities understand the government messages and from Umpagati FM. At least I know faces that I've worked with most cases. So those things, it supports social development because as young community media practitioners, at some point, because you have honed and harnessed your skills, you are able to move from the community sector and you are able to get more employment opportunities in the upper echelon of the media, whether it's regional or a national media, mainstream media. The other thing, in terms of the community media, the importance of community media as a platform for us as government communications, it's an alternative to mainstream media. In most cases, normally when we discuss it, there is a structure that we call a government communicators integrated forum that we run. It's a Gauteng structure. The only voice that talks positive of government when in terms of media analysis and media research that we normally get from the Office of the Premier is community media that is not bashing us left, right, and center. However, when it comes to the mainstream media, in most cases, they thrive on negativity. But however, with the community media, we do understand that because there is that link between us and you understand the issues and the interests in the communities, we are able to use the community media as platform for development communications, whereby we are able to advocate for the voices of the communities in a positive way. It's a platform for information and education. As a platform for information and education is to ensure that the communities are informed and understand what programs are out there for government and for the community to understand what government is offering for them in terms of that. It's a community empowerment, as I've said before. You may start as a practitioner or a young journalist in a community radio, but you can end up at YFM, Kaya FM, or even Metro FM. So therefore, the start, it's not always rosy and a good start, but however, it's a start. Therefore, in terms of ensuring, it's an advocacy for an accountability. If we want to hold government accountable, go to your community media because they know they interface with the communities in most cases. If a particular ward doesn't have a clean water whatsoever, the community media will be able to amplify that, and the persons in those localities will be able to do. It promotes social cohesion and it's a developmental tool. So that's one I can't explain. It's self-explanatory on its own. So, colleagues, in terms of your sector, I think that's how I can say in terms of the community media to say community media in terms of government communications do play a key role. Hence, through our sister agency MDDA, government saw it fits to establish a structure called community media, whereby they come and they invest infrastructure. And for us to come and put content is to ensure and keep the station sustainable for the long run, and as well as to ensure that the developmental role of community media does get sustained for the long run, because most people, we start at the community media and then we graduate as we go. So those are the remarks from me from government communications. And thank you, colleagues. As I've said, I feel at home. I'm at home. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Jacob Mulife from the JCIS, and the program goes as.
Great. Can you please give Mr. Jacob a round of applause again? Thank you. And now we are moving on with the program. I know, guys, you woke up very, very much early, and I like taking care of you, right? So we have come to a point where we're gonna have to take a little break just to go and eat breakfast, right? Now you're excited. All right. And this is how it's going to go, right? We're going to have ushers who are going to usher you where to go. But I would like to start first with the VIPs, people that are sitting in the front. Can I have the ushers to usher them? Where are the ushers? Oh, yes, here she is. You guys can follow her for the breakfast. DJ, can you please play some music? Yes.
This program, Hanzaba Moto Felaka 6. I think
Kind of it.
it's about 80 next.
Yes, because like so yes, we are trying to make sure that everybody is inside the room so that we can resume. All right, we are resume with the program. Can everybody settle down? DJ, can I have some music while we wait for them? With the program. All right. I hope everybody's back. Are you guys feeling much better now? Some are saying no, some are saying yes. What is it? Are you okay now? Are you sorted? Angeke nilale? Okay. Okay. And we are moving on with the program. I hope that everybody's back and settled and fully fed. I would like to welcome my co-host Gift back to the stage.
I'm back. We're going to? All right, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, as my co-host has said it, that we are going to proceed with the program. The next one on the program, can we get your attention? Thank you. The next one on the program, it would be the NCRF, Mr. Alone. Am I saying alone?
Yes.
I nearly said alone. Oh, okay. Mr. Alone Pilusa. Can we please give him a round of applause?
You guys are not loud enough. Can you please give him a round of applause? Yes. Yes. That's much better.
It's the breakfast.
That's much better. Please give him a round of applause again. Yes.
I don't know what to say, whether because it's still before 12 o'clock. I wanted to say good morning, but can I say good breakfast? Because you just had good breakfast. That's the language that will make you smile. You know, anything that has to do with food, it brings a smile. Yeah. I thought I'm very tall, but yeah, I'm not that tall. Yes, my name is Alon Pilusa. When people come to my stations, they hear this name, Alon Pilusa. They think sometimes they will say Alon Pilusa. They think I'm a white man. So it's very interesting. So I'm the treasurer of NCRF in Gauteng. And for those of you who might be wondering what is NCRF, NCRF is a National Community Radio Forum. So it's the forum is, you know, for some of you who are not familiar with these kind of organizations, you know, it's, think of your COSATU, for example, which represent a lot of organizations. So NCRF represent member stations, the whole country. So we've got the mother body, which is the whole country, where we've got the president, we've got the general secretaries. So the main important function of NCRF is to provide a platform where we give the voice to community radio stations, where, for example, we are talking about policies. We're talking about the regulator ICASA, because you know that community radio stations in South Africa are licensed by ICASA. If you have been studying media related courses, you'll understand that if you are a community radio station, you fall under what we call, we've got three tie. You've got a public radio stations, which is your, because I'm from Zanin in Limpopo and I'm a Tsonga guy. The station that comes is Mungana Lonene, because there I'm exposed. But yeah, in the valley, we'll talk about Lesedi FM, because I know I've got the Sotho speaking people, Lesedi FM, Motsweding FM, which is a public radio station. But you also have commercial radio stations. And I will understand, because majority of you here, you are young people, the station that will come to your mind is YFM. Then if you are too old, then Kaya FM will come to your mind. If you are above maybe 40 and so forth. But even 30s, people like Kaya FM. People, they want to be older when they are 25 above these days. Yeah. So community radio stations, it's in this area, you'll talk about Sidibeng FM. You'll talk about also a VUT FM, a station that is a campus a radio station. So these are primarily stations that we focus on. Community radio station, it can be geographic, it can be community of interest, and it can be a campus radio stations. Campus radio station, it's your VUT FM. So another thing that the stations do, I mean that the NCRF do, we also encourage the cooperation amongst the stations to work together, because you'll understand that they will say, divided you fall, but united you stand. So the NCRF has provided a lot of support since 1993, when it was established. It was also affiliated with a body, it's an international body called AMAC. We've got a world body, which we've got your NCRF, which is AMAC, which is the mother body of all community radio stations, the whole world. So I will just, the G20 comes to my mind. That's something like on your G20 20 level. So another thing, as the NCRF, we facilitate trainings for various stations. We facilitate for learnerships. We facilitate for in-house training programs with different organizations. But another thing that the NCRF do, because in order for stations to survive, you need to survive through advertising. And I can tell you, after COVID-19, advertising has been very dropped. You know, those who, if a station was making 3 million I don't think they're still making 3 million like they were making it before COVID-19. So a lot of things happened there. So NCRF assist stations, I mean, to make sure that government, for example, they don't use the agencies to buy what we call airtime. I will understand that you know that in order for a radio station to survive, somebody must come to our stations and buy airtime. So without airtime selling, it means that the station must close down. Or if it doesn't close down, it means that we are not going to pay you. So you must just come and just exercise your passion without getting paid. And maybe let me give credit to GCIS while my leadership is here. Say, I mean, GCIS in the province, in Gauteng, I will say is number one in terms of direct buying from stations. The whole Gauteng, you're talking about Val, you're talking about Pretoria, Ekurhuleni, West Rand. And I'm not trying to sing for my stomach or for my supper, but can we give GCIS a round of applause? I think, yeah. So that's currently in the country, most departments, they're not buying directly from stations. They're using what we call a middleman. A middleman when uh, somebody go and get a tender, the person maybe get 10 rand. Out of that 10 rand, that person must get profit from that 10 rand. At the end of the day, the station end up getting 50 cent. And in some instances, stations get exploited. So in NCRF, our job is to make sure that we make necessary noises where we say go to station directly. But also NCRF, we are an agency by ourselves. You have got, for example, companies or organizations such as IEC. They've started to come to NCRF, where now they give us the big chunk of the money. But what we do, we give what the station they need as per the rate cut. So there's a few functions that the NSRF do, because our job is to do advocacy, is to make sure that a community radio station get the enough funding, or they spend as per for example, GCIS. There was a call. I'm not sure my leadership how many percent you committed. It's 30% that you said it must go to a community media. And when we talk about community media, it's not all about radio stations. There's also newspapers. There's also TV stations. But I can tell you, community radio station takes number one. I know everyone when they play, the first thing come is community radio. So we're very special as a stations and so forth. So I don't want to speak much, because I think on my side was as well to introduce NCRF. You can also come to us as a student. For example, if you want us to link you with a station, maybe you are here, you are studying in the university, you are going back to Pretoria, you are going back to wherever you want to go, more especially in Gauteng, we can also directly assist you so that you get the placement. So we do the facilitation, we don't do the actual job. For example, ICASA, next year, they are reviewing the regulations. So one of our job as the NCRF, we also write a draft to say that as a community radio stations, this is what we think you can change. For example, the radius of community radio station is always small. They can say, no, we give you 200 watts. Then we can also comment around the issues of spectrum, where you can increase and give us 500 watts. I don't see a problem why View TFM cannot reach Soweto, because primarily your goal is to reach Val. But as well, there's some content that can appeal to some people out there in Johannesburg. Because I know, for example, UJFM can reach East Rand. So those things you can talk about it so that when you go to advertisers, you can tell them this is how far our radio station can reach. I'm not sure program directors, in terms of questions, there's a lot of things that I can share. But if you have any question that you would like, because at some point I will be released, I've got other commitments. I will say you can ask a specific a question related to NCRF. I'm glad to answer you. I know we're media people, so we speak. We are not shy. One of the things as a by the way, I don't want to leave here. Maybe they are recording, so I don't want to misbehave. Let me stick here. So you can just raise anything that we can ask. I know we said we're media people, so yeah, we must talk.
Can we please have our ushers to assist us in questioning, in handling the mic to just take the mic to the people who are asking questions?
Anyone who has a question?
There's a lady there and the.
Okay.
Please don't ask me difficult questions. Ne?
Dumelang, le kae? So since you don't want difficult questions, Eriko would say this
Oh,
easy
yeah,
one.
that was a joke. So,
Where are your offices based? Do you guys have any offices?
yes, we do have offices.
Okay, around the East End, do you guys have any offices that side? Re le kry-a kae? Sinithola kuphi?
No,
Le
I'm
kry-a
waiting.
kae?
I'm waiting for you to ask me so that are you done with asking?
Yes. Re
Okay.
le kry-a kae?
Okay.
Sinithola kuphi?
So this is how the NSRF works. So we've got obvious your national office, and the national office currently is in the Northern Cape. And then the one in Gauteng, what we've done, we're sharing the offices with KCFM. So if you want to physically go, you can go to KCFM, then you can find us. If you want, they just because they build a new building now, a very big one. So they were allocated a space. So you can, if you are in the East End, you can easily go there. But the easiest thing that you can do if you prefer to walk directly, so go to, if you are in Joburg, so we have, you can go to, for example, we have got Eldos FM. It's part of it's our member station. You have got Josie FM, it's our member station. You have got Cosmo. Almost in Gauteng, all licensed radio stations in Gauteng, they're our member stations, all of them. So you can walk directly there, but as well, you can also go to our website. You can go to our website, then you can got the details. Because the thing there, when you walk to a station, you might not necessarily maybe get a person who is much vested with all the information. So the most important thing, maybe go to the website, or since some of us who are here can also, when we're mingling, I'm not sure whether we still have lunch because we had breakfast. If there's lunch, you also use this opportunity. So uh, because we used to have our office in Bramfontein, but since things started to be virtual and everything, that's why we stopped using the office in the Bramfontein. So, but you can go to, you can Google us as well. You'll get all the details about us. Yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, and you, sir?
I'm all right. I'm all right. The other day I was doing a search on Google Scholar.
Yeah.
It quite worried me a bit because I was looking for people who are writing on community media and community radio to be specific in South Africa.
Yeah.
It got me worried a bit in terms of how many academics actually we have that write about community radio. in South Africa. I'd like to hear your view on that. That is my first question, on how maybe the space between academia and stakeholders in this specific sector of community radio, we can maybe come together and see in terms of how we can improve literature, because an industry without literature is doomed to face a lot of problems, meaning that the problems that are there are unnecessarily documented in as much as we know them, but it means they are not necessarily documented in depth. And then the second one is what is your view on like the presence of AI, for instance? It's mutating a lot from social media to what we see as AI and generative AI and all of that. Do you see it as maybe a threat to this sector of ours, or you think we can coexist with
Yeah.
it? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, he said this one I'm going to ask difficult questions. He said he said I want the opinion, I want your views. Yeah, but yeah, no, yeah. The first question is very, very important. What I can say up to so far, for those of you who are following, those who write in the space, there was a through MDDA there was a toolkit that was developed strictly for community media, but it was more biased to community radio because it came after community radio faced a lot of governance issues where board and management started to fight. And what it do, it also disrupted the running of the stations because station managers kicked out, they take each other to court and everything. So there was a toolkit that was developed by MDDA. So a person who was facilitating it was Jacob Njangas. I remember I was one of the people who participated in the program. They have to fly us to Durban for 3 days just to also input it. So it's one of the good toolkits. So if you want to see that toolkit, you can go to MDDA. So if you go to MDDA website, just check, you will see where there's resources. So you'll get it. You can easily download it and get it. Then another one that was written, facilitated by MDDA, is the one that talks about sales and marketing. And then the person who facilitated it was Ngopan Mapir. So also good one, more special for those of you. But I will say it's very outdated because it's written many years ago. Today, the environment is changed so much. If you read it, I don't think it will really make sense at the moment. Then the another one that is very important and I think it's good is someone is called a Future Proof. It was done by vets. And I think a person who I remember is Jeshri. Jeshri now she's a board member for MDDA. It's a very good, you'll enjoy it. So if you Google it, even if you go to vets website, Vets Radio Academy, you will get it. You can easily download it. And then there is another one that you can check by MDDA. It was a report on sustainability of community radio stations in particular, because they wanted to check the level of compliance. So you can also go to MDDA, or I also have a soft copy myself. So if you want it, I can easily forward it to you because I requested it, they send it to me. But up for now, I think we still need another one because if you check the environment, now we have got the podcasters now. We've got influencers. We've got online radio station. Online radio station, I don't think they've got that much impact compared to your influencers. I will give you an example. There's a lady called Penny Ntuli. She's a presenter at Jose FM. If you check her followers, she has got 2,000 followers. And you check some of the radio station, you find that they said they've got 100,000 followers. If you check the numbers, one individual says, I have got 2 followers. One station, maybe in the rural area somewhere, they say we've got 100,000. And then you have got money you want to spend. Now, you might say, no, I might take 30%, give the influencer, 30% somewhere. So the budget is shrinking. So we need to really look into the space, because these people, these are real people and they comment and so forth. So the role of the influencers, we can't ignore it anymore. So it's there. If Vodacom, for example, they are running a campaign, they've got 2 million 2 million followers as well. You have got 50,000 listeners. Why should they invest on you? So this, I think the role of community radio in future is going to be challenged, but you need to coexist, find a way to, and if I was a radio owner myself, I will also go for these influencers, because for me it can make sense when I motivate to advertisers. But the radio people who love radio, they will say, no, there's no talent. But what is the use of pushing talent and not getting a revenue? These are real talk that we must have, in my view. And the last one, the AI is happening. The stations that they use AI, they use a voice. You buy a software that you use. You can run a breakfast using a person, a robot person, maybe just called James. So you have got James, you develop script, you give James. And the good thing about James won't take you to CCMA. James will never get sick. But the good thing, the disadvantage of James, you will never replace a human being, because a human being will always be. James might not be sensitive. Can you imagine when James is reporting about the passing of a person? It might not be like when the real person is talking and so forth. But these things are happening. It happen first in America. In South Africa, we get things very late. Even the thing here, digital radio station, South Africa were always late as compared to other developed countries. But what you are saying, I think it's more relevant. We have a crisis around those things. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm saying COVID-19, it has killed us, because it seems like we came back from COVID-19, things changed. Now people who dominate is influencers. Tina what the GCIS one day they will say, no, we're tired of you. We're going for these influencers because they are going with 10 million followers. So when you are stuck with your 200,000, it's a reality, it's happening. Yeah. Program directors, don't be scared to kick me out. It's your stage. But I felt like if there's any conversation that we can have, you can do that, so that at least we learn from each other. I say university, we must not be scared to speak. And then lastly, maybe that I can encourage you, more special students. ICASA every 2 years, normally they advert. If you want to start a community radio station, let me just say this, you can do it yourself. So you must always check on ICASA. ICASA every 2 years, they advertise. So this day don't go to ICASA and apply before. So you wait for ICASA to say the whole country, we have got maybe 200 or 100 frequencies, the whole country. So this is the requirements that you can do. So sometimes I always encourage people, you can go and work for a radio stations, but if you have got a dream to start one, why not? But at the very same time, you must start to do the research, familiarize with NCRF. NCRF can also assist you, because once you have that station, you must also become member of that forum. So, thank you so much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Can you please give him a round of applause again? Okay. Do we have influencers in the house? Really? By the raise of hands, can I see? Oh, okay, 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 okay.
Plug in.
Clock it. I think now that means that this event, it was meant for you, Shugut. So make sure that the lunch is there. Yes, you did say when you must engage on around lunch, so you must. And even to those who are scared to start, guys. And please. And I would like to also, I think I forgot to say something. If you have a friend that didn't come or couldn't come, please go check on VUT Campus TV page. They posted a link, a YouTube link. They are live. So you can share the link so that your friends can also get this information. right? Yes. And another thing, I would like to also acknowledge my classmate. Can you please, guys, just stand up and make some noise? Yes. Advanced students. Yes. Yes. You guys made it. Guys, we made it. Yes, we made it. Yes. I would like to move on with the program. I'm very punctual, like I said. Um, let's try to engage. Are you guys having fun? Really? Okay, I'm glad that you are. And let's try to engage and listen attentively. Ne? These people are sharing very crucial information that is going to help us in the future. I didn't know that you can start your own community radio. So now, even tomorrow, ke ikutlwa matla. Ke ikutlwa matla, ebile tomorrow ke a e qala. And kopa le following. I cannot please.
Sad story. Sad story.
I don't have a sad story. All right, moving on with the program. I would like to call Mr. Mbonelwa Ndlomo from Centec. Can you please give him a round of applause? You guys are not loud enough. You're not convincing. You're really not convincing. Yes, that's much better.
It's a lot. It's really a lot. I mean, they call it breakfast, and yet it's this big portion of life, which I shall never ascribe to being a breakfast. I think it's an intention, okay, to get people fed, but it's a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having us. The voice is actually much sexier, okay, at times. Until 2 weeks ago, that I've been having this flu that doesn't want to go away. I actually had to go get COVID test just to feel that I'll be okay. Ladies and gentlemen, lagu shaweta shakara benja. If can we have a rolling? We always assume that we know who we are as a composition, as entities of government. And every day we are confronted by the reality, the sad reality that we do not know. And I want to post it directly to ignorance from the part of us as organizations, as well as you as the consumers of that information that you should be having. And the question is, who is Centec? Usually, I say, umamela radio, ushebella TV, ka Centec. And that might be vague to you, but to a gogo, it makes a lot of sense. And academically, if I were to introduce Centec to you, Centec was established as a technical division of the SABC back in the day. And in 1996, an act was enacted. It was called Act 63 of Centec. That moved Centec away from the SABC so that it could also provide these broadcasting services to other broadcasts outside of the SABC. So it became a totally independent body that served to provide signal distribution for television and radio at that time. But it still remained 100% state owned. And unfortunately, unlike your MTN or your Vodacom, we do not have the funds to throw big billboards for us to be known. So it is through you, community broadcasters, okay, that we can get to let people know who and what is Centec.
At the heart of South Africa's digital landscape stands Centec, proudly South African, dedicated to shaping our future. Centec is a leading digital infrastructure and content delivery company ensuring seamless connectivity across Africa. Through free vision satellite, digital TV, FM radio, and free vision OTT, we connect over 14 million households. From households to healthcare and education, Centec drives South Africa's connectivity. Our data centers enhance South Africa's data sovereignty, offering co-location and cloud services. Supporting mobile network operators and providers, we ensure universal connectivity and digital inclusion. Our ESG strategy aligns with global sustainability goals, from renewable energy to social upliftment. Centec, connecting South Africa, empowering Africa.
It's a lot. That's going to be the MO of the day. The modus operandi of the day is going to be it's a lot. And this is how Centec has restructured and evolved over time. Centec does not only offer signal distribution of TV and radio frequencies only. It has evolved to be a fully fledged business that cuts across the ICT spectrum. And we have 4 pillars of business, which is the media business, wherein your television and radio falls. And underneath there are other services such as your, streaming, free vision television, over-the-top television, and all those form under the what we call media business. And then we also have the broadband business unit. Broadband would be your usual internet, connecting households and businesses. And then thirdly, we have the satellite operations business unit. You'll be thrilled to know that Centec has been awarded a mandate by government to actually launch a satellite for the country. Right now, Centec alone expends 360 million annually, okay, in purchasing satellite space from other countries. Hence, it made sense for government to say, Centec, run along with this project and create our own satellite for the country. And obviously, with the size of money that needs to go in there, it's not going to be something that's going to happen, quickly. But we are sitting there with the business unit specifically looking at that. So we'll be pushing the agenda that says probably within the next 24 to 36 months that we've made some progress in that line. And then fourthly, we have what we call managed infrastructure business, which is data centers. And I have been to a lot of community broadcasters' offices. You find that the MDDA has funded the equipment, studios, the production studio is there, it's nice, and the live studio is also there. Okay, and alas, all the systems that are supposed to be connecting these 2 facilities, okay, is sitting under somebody's desk. It is a dust. It's some CPUJ. So we're encouraging community broadcasts particularly to start being professional and to use services that are professional. Like a lot of commercial radio stations, they don't have data sitting under a desk. They have a data sitting somewhere at a data center and it is secure. Do you know what happens? Mashaka will tell you. What happens is that we call them community stations, okay? But guess what? We have a Mbonelwa radio station. We have a Pilusa radio station. Literally, it is his bribile bonkgono mo locationeng, a ba signisa, and they call themselves kiaka, ba o jwetsa hore ke yaka. Which should not be the case. We have a lot of those. So if the data is sitting in a CPU under a desk, ha ba mo kwatisitse kapa ba community mo ntshitse, o rwala CPU. So we need to start being professional like that and use services such as the data centers. We don't have to bring your entire hardware there. It can only just be the software that we host for you. And we also have towers. You have these towers that you see, it's red and white, okay, on top of hills and mountains. We have about 300 of those throughout the country. And where we don't have that kind of infrastructure, we co-locate with the likes of MTN and Vodacom and Cell C and Telco. We call it co-location. So those are the businesses that we are in. Those are the 4 pillars of business. As I said, under media business, we have those. We have analog. We still have TV. We were supposed to have switched off, I think, 4 years ago to digital television. But unfortunately, with our infrastructure, things are happening very slow. So we still have analog TV. And then you still have your radio, which is your FM medium wave, and the DAB and DAW, digital audio broadcast, and DRM. Unfortunately, with those two, talking to developments, Mr. Banan, unfortunately, with DAB plus DRM, we're supposed to be, shall I say, a better developed version of radio. We are like 15, if not 17 years behind the world as far as that is concerned. Listen to this sadness. Centec was given a mandate, okay, so many years ago to develop and implement those 2 systems. And we went ahead, put infrastructure throughout the country, and guess what? 12 years later, the infrastructure is sitting unutilized, not underutilized, unutilized, simply because we're waiting for the regulations. We're waiting for ICASA to promulgate regulations. It is sad. You know, those are things that must be addressed academically. I heard that question, and yes, I think academia needs to move closer to offer support in that instance. And you know, a whole lot of other issues that you find in there. And we also have what we call free vision play. We had my favorite, Tate Zondo, Bo Khotmanela Kamporo. I'm I'm proud to say put them on TV, as you know that they had their television channels. We put them on there, and right now we can have what we call free vision. At the time when we put them on air, it was about 350,000 rand a month, and they paid. Yes. So Honanu, you can have free vision, which will just take you just a minimal amount to set up, okay? And then you can have your own television channel on internet. And we also do consulting and training. And then manage infrastructure, as I said, it is those towers and data centers that we have throughout the country. Broadband, as I said, is basically your internet. And we have, under that, we have 2 mandates. One is called SA Connect. And then another one is Centec Connect. SA Connect is largely being rolled out by government to underserviced areas. It is happening very slowly at a very high cost, but at least the drive is there. At least, and komakasi, private service providers that have gotten into, there's a value, I don't know in Shabelle, but it's booking detailed service providers that have gotten in Kenya fiber into the homes. Yeah, but emakaya, those service providers are not interested because it's not profitable for them. So the drive is there, and like I said, it's quite a few billions, that have been given to ourselves, Centec and Broadband Infraco as our sister company. And there's also USASA, who is rolling out that infrastructure. And Mashaka, Antibuku, when I say fikili service ya, say connect now. I speak again. Okay. I'll be in Limpopo from Wednesday. Okay, trying to check traction into those areas. And as I said, private companies are not interested, so they can only go to Mankweng, they can only go to Siho where there'll be revenues for them. But in the Bundulands, they're not interested. So we're pushing that. And we're using community service providers, startups, who can install the services. And it's a big drive. Obviously, people will abuse the system. We give out an allocation to say, when I'm Mr. Banana, you will, in this area, make, let's say, 10,000 installations. Yeah, meaning abenzang and they claim. And it must stop. It's a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, after broadband, then we have all those other services. I heard Mr. Pilusa talk about applications for community radio stations. We've had a lot of those. You start with us, and then we do what we call a frequency check for you. Okay, and verify that, yes, there is indeed a frequency in that area. And that frequency must be free and unencumbered, and it must not interfere with other frequencies in the area. And now it talks to the second point, Mashaka, that why can we not, as VUT radio, okay, reach Soweto? Okay, we can give you that radius of 50 Ks or 100 Ks, but unfortunately, there's this issue here, interference. You know, that when you switch into VUT, you can also hear Lisedi. You know, so it is for that reason that it cannot just be that you can go wherever you want. You know, and unfortunately, a frequency we cannot create. People think that no, you center, you don't want to give us a frequency. No, a frequency you cannot create. It's a natural phenomenon. It's either it does exist, it's waves. Yeah, they either exist or they don't. So right now, especially in the metros, those that have tried to apply, I know that even the campus as well, tried to apply for a license. But unfortunately, we have what we call spectrum congestion in the metros until we move over to digital radio. Okay, because if you are in the digital space, you can, for one frequency, you can have 20 channels. Whereas now one frequency, one channel. You know, so until we go to DRM and DAB+, we can be able to do that. So it will expand the opportunity for people to also be broadcasting. And in closing, we had about 147 broadcasters, community broadcasters, as Centec. Okay, and the MDDA funded them with equipment, okay, and others paid for their services, monthly services. And I think it was in 2011, okay, radio stations owed Centec 13 million. And I cannot remember who the minister was at the time. And they came through and bailed the community broadcasters out on the debt, 13 million. Guess what followed? Jay Kikamo, who has been religiously paying Aitima Dituzebnati, okay, ukolota Centec 5,000. Manana busy upalamana liti X5. Half at least Centec. So kana kwe ukolota Centec 75,000. And then what followed is Jake said, bloody hell, Linda Klorika X5. And stopped paying Centec. And then there was another bailout. Do you know that? Yes, there was another one that followed. And can you just imagine what happened? 2 years ago, we were sitting at a debt, yet community broadcasters failed, of 120 million. Half of which now has been written off. And we had to make a decision because we were told as Sentegore, no, you cannot shut them down. I remember one Christmas, I think about 5 years, just before COVID. Okay. We decided out of our cleverness, for Norman, as a company, we need to make a decision. And we shut 14 down. Do you know already 24? The technicians switch on her. Because politicians says, thou shalt. You know, and as such, NCRF will tell you now, sadly, that more than half of those community broadcasters that started so many years have closed doors, literally. It's a sad state of affairs. And those that have been brave enough went on to streaming, and that's how they're reaching communities. And unfortunately, with streaming, not everybody can afford a device to receive the signal. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much, and I want to say to you, I'm afraid of what is to be heard this afternoon. After that big breakfast, I think everybody's going to have a cow. Thank you very much.
It's a lot. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a little bit of entertainment in between. I think I would like to call upon Mnigazi Wepeni. Let's just give him a round of applause as he come on stage.
Songolo sasala ngempela bayibasongolo bahlasela ngamagama ishangane iswate icaphe khaba ngitala bangita mthubu usiya uthoba nsikile tebamvu tala umndenini wakamdlovu simathe mdlovu tiyakunka wandlo wathi kamtshela rengweni wakho uzokhuluma phezulu inkomanda senkomazi esigodini sasempumalanga lapho lephuma khona la 41 lapho lengiphuma khona emfundini la khona shebamba bhalweni sweti lela dlale letule nisabentela ibombo labuka esigodini sokweligedlane lakhona mfana lomncane semganini ubethiveni abantu bathi mnikazi basheba bajabulile ngasemphefemulweni nazopeni basheba bajabulile bana sango select. Let's go. Ni right sanibonani good afternoon ni right ngoba itolo kusafana namhla timbo tashinja imihla nemalanga itolo kusafana namhla timbo tashinja ngemalanga namhla kunaloku kusasa kunaloku phela buchwepheshe bungalenye indlela lesetulu namhla timbo tashinja itolo kusafana namhla itolo kusafana namhla ngoba itolo kade silalela umsakato kepha namhla iningi timbo lesifola kuto tindzaba etinkundleni tekuxhumana kuma-podcast naletinye indlela etihlukahlukene itolo kusafana namhla ngoba namhla indlela lesesifuna ngayo phela kuchwepheshe bungalenye indlela lesetulu misakato phela ngoba itolo akusafana namhla nemsakato seyisebenza ngalenye indlela lebuchwepheshe manje ongena enkundleni tekuxhumana bafule basakata ubabuke bukhoma ngani itolo besibacabanga ngemehlo emqomvu ngitakhele sifombe semsakata sakata ahleli ngemva kwembhodo ngithi noma ngibona ngize ngitipise ukuthi nguye ngani bengitakhela sifombe namhla akusafana na itolo bogogo bebahlala ngaphansi kwesihlahla kulalele iwayilisi kepha namhla umuntu uhlala egumbini lakhe kamnanzi atlalele lokhu lafuna ukulalela itolo akusafana namhla ingoda yashinja imihla nemalanga ubuchwepheshe bukhule ngalenye indlela lesimanga ukuthi kusasa timbo tiyawushinja bathi mangisiwa in fourth revolution angathi isingisi kemine ngoba itolo akusafana namhla timbo hlukahlukene phela takho uhambe nebuchwepheshe uhambe nesimanje sichubele emvo sembili phela siyawuphilisa nebamvu embhalweni itolo akusafana namhla lokunye sekwalahleka limuva phela sekwalahleka le muva ngane enkundleni tekuxhumana ngenda imvo lembi so khona enkundleni tekuxhumana watiwa bomelika konke litindzawo ukuthi cha wena wendela ukubi itolo akusafana namuhla vula tindlebe takho mumvu lomnyama ngoba itolo akusafana namuhla. Let's quickly go to the next one. Hey ngoba sitawukhululeka nini ukutsala basivalela emagede basivalela eminyango hey ngoba sitawukhululeka nini sibaquli sibwasonkondlo singumajayivane ungebe sitawuphumelela nini ngoba kukutsala basivalela eminyango ingabe sitawuphumelela nini ngoba nebasakathi labanengi uthi ufaka imvu takho emsakatweni bakutshela ukuthi hamba ulungisa lokhu ulungise lokhu kusasa betana lesinye story ingabe sitawuphumelela nini ngabe sitawuphumelela nini ngoba kutsala sizama sitawuphumelela nini abantu labahlala imicimbi kwabita abantu bale khashane kepha sikhona sihleli la sibangani babo baphindze bathi cha tawulunga mngani kanjani ungangifaki eqinini ingabe sitawuphumelela nini sitawuphumelela nini umsakade yasekhaya isadlala baquli bakulamanye amave kepha thina sikhona senda konke labakufunako from registering our work on some risa konke sesiveni seyishodako sitawuphumelela nini nisivalelelane eminyango kwami kuphumelela kwakho kuphakama kwalami igama kuphakama nelakho sitawuphumelela nini ngoba labayikhonako ukuthi uma sowuphumelela lokhu bathi igabha bathi ngowephu kanjani uhluleka kungikhasa ngisasephasi sitawuphumelela nini sitawuphumelela nini sivalela iminyango sicela ama-interviews ngokwehlukahlukana kwawo sithe sitawuphaphata ngisho nasemisakatweni lekuthenekako sitawuphumelela nini kepha ngakusasa ungathola indondo le phesheya batothi ngawe ilanga lonke kepha abazange bakuxhasa balaleli ngabani ngoba nabo abakwadi abakufakanga ethendweni sitawuphumelela nini sivulelene iminyango kathi sikhala sitawukhala size kube nini amaciko ayafa labanye sebayekela bunkondlo labanye bayekela nekuqula ngoba kathi nibavalela iminyango mona wani ukuthakatha kusikho ukuthakatha ngemuthi kuphela kepha nangenhlitiyo yakho yakhona kuthakatha vula emehlo akho utibukisise kahle ukuthi cha usuye emthakathini lo tawuba inkinga nakusasa khumbule nalesitukulwane losikhulisako lesi nakusasa sitawuchaza ukuthi kwendakalani uma nibulala umsakato ngalendlela kusasa sitawulalela ini sendeni silalele umsakato sendeni sikujabulele kuvula umsakato ekseni njengabogogo wethu nabomakwethu ngendlela basikhulise ngayo akusafani nayitolo ngoba namhla ngikhona kufaka umculo wami noma nikodlo tami kuma-email sikufike kuwe kalula sitawuphumelela nini ngumbuto wami loyo namhla ngihaya le nkodlo ngisebumatimeni inhlitiyo yami iphukile sihlanganani imihla nemalanga masihlangana endleleni ngoba niyakhona kudlala imiculo yethu niyakhona kudlala tinkodlo tefu etmotini tefu kepha uma nifike emsakatweni niyasikhohlwa nekukhuluma nathi nakanye niyasikhohlwa sithi noma siphumelela ngaloko kuncane kude nalinye ilanga lenikhuluma ngathi khona kepha mhla siyovela phela kuma-TV a-national kuphi nitawusho ukuthi wephu wafu kanjani hluleka ungikhasa ngisephasi mina uma ungakase wangikhasa ngisephasi ngikubuta nangumbuto futhi ngiyakutshela ukuthi ungangibali nakusasa noma sengiphumelela ngikwada satani ngoba uzange wangadi ngisasephasi ukhumbule lekusetulu kuyawa nenyoni indizela itule emafini kepha mayifuna kunatha amanzi itaphasi lo sephasi uyakhona kumsita lo setulu uyakhona kumsita lo sephasi amphakamise uma sonke singakhona kuphilisana kamnanzi nakusasa ngiyakutshela sitawuphumelela uma sonke kungaphela mona lokithi simaqiko ngiyakutshela nakusasa sitawuphumelela uma kungaphela kubukelana phansi ukuthi lo mncane kimi angeke angendele ufa ngemsabi ngisho nasenkundleni ngavuka ngisho nasebusuku singaphumelela sibaningi sitawuphumelela nini sitawuphumelela nini sitawuphumelela nini umsakato esivalela ngaphandle They say they are nurturing local talent while they are nurturing national and international talent and leaving local talent. Oh, shame. Sitawuphumelela nini? Nurture us, we are still young, we are still babies, feed us those milk. Siphumelele CMB. Ukhumbule interview yakho kunginika kanye mhlambe ngitakufola bamvu lababili abathafu batangiqasha ngibeke sinkwetafuleni sifakeni sitawuphumelela nini sibaningi siyakhala tinyembeti kubhlungu sivuleleni emaphuba sivuleleni katse sikhala imihla nemalanga sitawuphumelela nini umbuto wami loyo Themba lamagama afikile enhlitweni leli thumbo lakhe loluphilisako umnikazi webhenga sector bese kubona ndini abaphile abantu embhalweni thank you nakhensam
How amazing was that, ladies and gentlemen?
That was amazing.
Was
Can we please give him a round of applause again? That was amazing. That was amazing. Guys, kupali mo plucking. Lero na lero plucking. Agir. Sorry plucking. All
I don't
right.
understand much of Swat. I can hear here and there in
Yeah,
Swati, but
yeah.
I literally heard what he was saying.
Yeah.
I think I heard everything he was saying.
All right. Moving on with the program, I would like to call sorry, my bad. Yes, I would like to call VTFM to also give us a presentation. Can you please give them a round of applause? You guys are not loud enough. You're still not loud enough. Anya Roba, can you please give a round of applause? Yes, that's much better.
Dumelang, ka lebitso ke Thabo Ratsiane. I am the music compiler as well as the multimedia officer at VUTFM. And I must say, I'm grateful to be here and seeing everybody's faces. I see familiar faces. Some are clients. So, yeah, I'll be trying to sell myself and our radio station very well because, yeah, we need some money. And talking about money, obviously, one of the biggest challenges in our sector is the sustainability of our radio station. And obviously, I would like to address some of the challenges and opportunities because it's not always challenges that we are faced with in our sector. But also, there's a difference between an organization, value chain, and ecosystem. So if you have a firm understanding of those concepts, it might be easier to navigate your radio station into a success, basically. So yeah, so basically, yeah, you can go to the next slide. I won't cover a lot because some of our colleagues have said a mouthful. As a radio station, we are distributing our own signal, which is cheaper because at least Centec, we don't have to pay and we don't have debts. And because we are at VUT Isaac Steel Stadium, we don't have to pay rent. And we've been getting great assistance from MDDA in regards to equipment, training of staff. I know I'm with my team, the multimedia office team right here, and MDDA took us to a week-long training on sales and marketing just to capacitate us as VTFM. And I must say, I'm very thankful because some of the things that we've learned there, they've been very helpful and are bearing fruits. Do follow us on social media. I do have to mention that at VTFM 96.9 on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. And I must say, we've been doing so well. Huh? Yeah.
You're gonna have to excuse me. I'm a bit nervous, nyana, but I would like this session to be a bit more interactive. Do ask me questions as I go along. I won't be covering everything, but I will be covering mostly bargain, the topic of community radio in context, yeah, performers. Ne? Obviously, in the radio sector, we have public broadcasters, commercial, as well as community. Obviously, your public broadcast will be your SABC stations, and your commercial broadcasters will be your Kaya FM and your YFM. And then there's us, the community radio station, which is VTFM. And I must say, in the Val, we are the best. I know River FM, Theta FM is in the building, but they must know. And yeah, so basically, in the first slide, I just wanted to break down the concept. Yeah, one of the famous formats in radio and in media, TV, social media, radio, which is a song, right? So I heard niggas were complaining, or we're not really valeling you guys out. We are in a competitive space. We also want to be the best radio station. We do nurture talent, but of course, sometimes there are unrealistic expectations from the community. I can tell you one thing, there's a difference between marketing as well as using your song. So if you look at the beautiful drawing I made for you guys there, there's two sides to a song. There's master's rights and there's publishing rights, right? So a song is divided into two. I so wish Samro was in the building so that they can also, contribute to this. So publishing has to do with your composers and your authors. So bakapi, those who come up with the lyrics to the song and the melodies of the song, not the actual song, because some artists are not really authors or composers. So radio stations, we pay for usage of music. So when you bring your song to us and we use it, we pay for it via Samro, and Samro basically divides the proceeds into two. For publishers as well as the master rights. So master rights is the actual song. So wherever the song is recorded and whoever recorded the song owns the other half of the actual song. So usually people, when they submit their song, we do give them interviews, we do play their song, but of course, because there's maybe lack of understanding on how radio stations work, they come back a month later complaining that we don't play their song or we play international songs more than theirs. But unfortunately, we also do our research on which songs are popular in the Val. I mean, we have a music committee. My team is also part of the music committee. So every 2 weeks, every month rather, we sit, we discuss songs, what's hot, what's not. We look at the charts, we go to Groove. That's the nice thing about my office. Yeah. We go to Groove, we listen, we see what songs are hot. We ask questions in regards to what's in your playlist. So if local songs are not in your playlists, are not being played at Groove, they are not on the charts, then we can't put you on high rotation. Because also, as radio stations, we have what we call high rotation, medium rotation, and low rotation. So basically, high rotation is when everybody wants your song, Pupirimaru, then obviously we have to play you on high rotation. But of course, if you're an up and coming artist, we will play your songs, just not on high rotation. We'll give you a platform to perform, showcase your song, we'll post you. So we do have a support system for our local artists, right? But also, I would like to give an analogy because uh, performing as an artist at the highest level, it's more or less like playing soccer. Ho na le ba dlalalang lepokong. Lepokong, I don't know if everybody know Lepokong is on the grounds. And of course, there's also those who are playing at PSL level, right? So the difference between players who are playing Molpokong and PSL is precisely because of training, right? There are some songs or some products you can hear where this one is not at a PSL level. We'll give you the opportunity to prove yourself that you deserve to play there, but if still you're not on the charts 3 months later, it means you don't deserve to play there. And unfortunately, we can't play you on high rotation at any station. So also as performers, you need to understand the game as it is. Hence, I started with knowing where you are in the ecosystem, whether kia music, kia radio, or overall media. The fortunate thing about today is that today it's I my perspective or my actually today it's much easier to get on radio, right? As long as you're not trying to use radio as marketing because of social media. If you record a song, test it out on social media, test it out in clubs, test it out in other places because as radio station we pay for your songs. So once we start paying for your songs, we need to make our money back. We need to attract advertisers to advertise with us so that we can make money and we can also sustain ourselves as a radio station. So hence the dynamic of us not being able to play 100% local music only. Because even in your phones, you don't have 100% local artists. So because of that, we are forced to basically find out what's hot out there and play it for our listeners. But more than anything, also understand the formats of the radio station. As VTFM, we are a talk station. So there's a difference between a talk station um, and a YFM, a radio station that thrives of attracting listeners using their songs. So Runa, we attract our listeners with what we talk about, our topics, our analysis, and things of that nature. So our role as VTFM, of course, is to educate, uplift, empower, and inform. So mainly our content is based around those things. So yeah, understanding the value chain also um, that it's forever changing. A few years back, I know in the music industry we used to sell CDs a lot, right? Today, value has completely changed. We don't sell music uh, like before. So people used to go on tour to advertise music. Today, we you you basically market your touring using your music. So basically, you have to release your music so that you can get bookings. So things are forever evolving, and of course, also technology AI is contributing to the change of the radio sector, the media sector, as well as music sector, right? So I'll be focusing mainly on music in the performing side because also there's just too many to cover. So just music as well as community radio. So yeah, next slide. So yeah, community radio, we are mandated to serve communities, promote local languages, cultures, and of course, we are accessible to our community, surrounding communities, right? But also, what I'd like to cover, like in the Val, we have multiple community stations. So as VTFM and as campus radio stations, it might be a bit difficult to find our identity because of how we previously used to categorize ourselves um, in regards to culture and things of that nature. Of course, in the Val, because we are semi-urban, so we don't ha re dlale Koreana or your traditional music. So We play a lot, piano, your hip hop, but preferably Sotho hip hop, and things of that nature. And because Vale Barata or 18 Moyeng, we also um, identify our community as Matadiana, and also bridging the culture with the student culture, obviously. Ne? So that's how we are basically winning in this sector. And then the role of performing arts, yeah, obviously, our station, we did a lot of groundwork, especially this year. We are proudly, well, we are proud to say we've unearthed a lot of talent in the Val as well as community artists. One of the artists there is Logo SA. He's one of VUT students, Kima Jaivani, and we discovered him early this year. Obviously, seeing him around dancing in campus. We also had a challenge that was on VUTFM, and that's how we basically connected with him. And since then, uh, he has gone viral on our page. He has also performed at Val Spring Break, which was a huge VTFM success, and it has put our brand out there. But of course, there's still a lot more to do when it comes to just putting our brand out there and marketing our brand. And also, another picture is of an artist. I'm not sure where he went, but he was sitting right here. Tsepo Maqeba. He's a rapper. But also, Tshego is also a rapper, the performing artist. So some of my team members have wear a lot of caps. Get the cameraman, get the news reader, get the presenter. At the same time, they are also performing artists. So yeah, big shout out to them. So how do we put our artists out there, the community artists as well as campus artists? We have live performances, interviews, creative showcases, and yeah, basically whenever you release an album or anything, invite us. We are there. I mean, we go as far as the Universal Music Studios and other major record labels. Um, so basically, they just invite us, go there, we listen to the music and review it. And of course, that's also an opportunity that we give to local artists as well. Whenever they put out their projects, we are there in support and, of course, making sure that we put Val talent on the map. Some of our interesting features that we have on VTFM. Like I said, my team member Tseho is a breakfast show host. We have a feature called courtside performances. So after an interview, we take the artist on the courts, we give them the mic, they record, put them on social media. We've had a lot of artists trend using that particular feature. We have Saturday hip hop nights where we have your artists there in studio performing. And also on that show, we've had a lot of success, artists trending just from that show. And yeah, obviously, we are hoping to build some more platforms and features like that so that we can uplift more talent in and around the Val. Colleagues, you can ask questions as I go along, or note your questions down. Like I said, I would like to interact with you as I go along because obviously I'm just summarizing a lot. Ne? And before I go to the next slide, just a bit of a background about myself. Quick one. So, as a young boy, I was a gamer. I'm very passionate about gaming. I would hustle just so that I can go play games. And initially, I wanted to be a game developer. But in Mzansi, um, there were not a lot of chances or a lot of opportunities in regards to being a game developer. But over the years, I went into IT. IT was not the space that I thought it would be, because I thought IT games. And then I moved into media, which is it's closer to game developing. But IT taught me a lot, because even in this space, I managed to, as a team, we managed to come up with our own app, the VTFM app that we will be launching next year. Just giving you a sneak peek. So yeah, basically my team and I, it's actually the radio station on air. So the new app, it has your app features, as you can see here. Midday Snack by Ashley. The next show is by Makosazana Ultimate Drive. So basically, technology is a tool that can either destroy you or make you. So we've decided as a team, as a station, that instead of looking at social media and AI as a threat, we are using it to our advantage. Social media basically taught us that data is the new oil. So how social media is winning with advertising is that it's giving advertisers data, of which as a sector we've really been struggling with, giving our advertisers or potential advertisers data that they can use, so that when they target our audience, they have enough information to make sure that they get their return on investments. So basically what we are trying to do now is gather data, and that's what most radio stations should be doing, gathering data and giving it to agencies and potential advertisers. That's one way we can win as a sector. Go to the next one. So cultural preservation. Hey, sometimes when I get excited, but yeah, we as a sector, we want to promote indigenous music, storytelling, support. We also support Heritage Month, but of course, we want to create our own culture as a sector. So I want to show you all our merch. Yeah, so as a crew, we've also came up with our own merch. Sure, thanks. This is so our team members, Tsihu as well as Lebu, they helped design this shirt. And yeah, we just received these not so long ago. We are aiming to basically sell these next year and give some of these away. And yeah, we are growing as a station. So big shout out to the team as well. So yeah, we've been collaborating with a lot of companies, organization, and also your Mr. Manana's PR department. And of course, some of the things that we lack in terms of VTFM and the sectors that besides radio, we don't really have skills about yes. Okay. We instead of building capacity, we also collaborate with your PR students and other organizations, so that we also know how to package ourselves, right? So professional photos, video profiles, as well as graphic design. We collaborate with other uh, organizations, or rather departments within the VUT station. So yeah, that helps a lot in trying to package ourselves and be presentable for our clients, because presentation is everything. You know what I'm saying? And community engagement. We are mostly on the ground because also we try to map out as much. Um, we try to map out our ecosystem as much as possible so that we can identify valuable players that we can collaborate with. So when you see us on the ground doing interviews, probably even today we are going to do more interviews, Mr. Jacob. Hopefully we can get an interview. And yeah, we do exciting interviews as well, like at your events, backstage interviews. Hey, we chase celebrities sometimes, but they know, once we have the mic and camera, we're coming for you. We're gonna get that interview. So yeah, that's also fun. And of course, OB interviews, outside broadcast. We do outside broadcast. Today we couldn't come with our van, but we usually do outside broadcast so that we can engage with people more. Challenges, limited funding, high staffed payment, balancing compliance and creativity is also one of our challenges. But of course, over time, we will overcome those. Next one. So this year we've introduced the multimedia office at View TFM. And I must say, since we introduced the multimedia office, we've been doing great on social media, and we're looking to do even better with the new app coming next year. Hopefully, we collaborate with PR and Mr. Manana for the launch of the app and things of nature. On TikTok, we've launched it this year, early, probably in March or late February, but we're sitting on 16K followers. Yes. On Facebook, we are on 22K, and on Insta, we are on 1 point something K. But yeah, steady growth, and we will get there. Next one. And yeah, the big impact that we did for our community and our performance is that we introduced over 100 songs since January this year. Over 60 local artists have come to the studios to perform, interview, or just to but sometimes the artists don't have songs like your DJs, but we'd invite them to come talk about their set, just to show that we are committed in uplifting them. You know? And yeah, our social media growth is attested to the performances of artists. So yeah, basically question time. You can ask anything in regards to how we've managed to combine all the different.
All right.
Yes.
Now we're gonna have Q&A after here. So we're gonna do Q&A after everyone has presented.
Okay. No
Yes.
problem. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
great
you
one.
so much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was Tabo Mugliki from VTFM. Thank you so much for some informative information, sir. At least we know about our home-based radio station more now. And now up next, we have a beautiful and wonderful lady. I know her very well. She's very colorful. She's very gorgeous. You'll see how she articulates herself when she gets here. Let's welcome from Mfuleni Arts and Culture, Mrs. Smakaling Mweketsi.
Can you please give a round of applause? Are you guys still excited? Are you still okay? All right. Please let's listen to her attentively, right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You all are so great. I'm sitting next to Mr. Manana, and I had to really go back and ask him if this is what I think it is. I think a couple of years back, we had students who were part of the PR, and this is part of the assignment. And am I correct? You have done amazing. This team right here, you have outdone yourselves. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I work in the local municipality, but besides that, I also wear a lot of caps. But putting together such an occasion, it's not easy. We're sitting there with him, is like, they actually got sponsors for this. He's showing me. I'm like, really? So if he doesn't give you 100 out of 100, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. As I said, I have attended, honest, and I'm serious. I have attended about 3 or 4 of previous students. But this one, I still want to see the coming ones. I'm not gonna miss it. So as I was introduced, my name is Makaleng Meketi. I work for the local municipality in the arts and culture. As you can see, I don't miss and I miss. I live, breathe arts and creativity. And what I love about my work is that we know the issues of local government. But what's nice about my job is my service delivery is very easy. It's entertainment. We unearth talent and we make sure that we promote it. By the way, my dog, you know I love you. Tabo, please give a round of applause for Tabo, guys. VUTFM, you are the clacker. VUTFM, you, that presentation right there. So I happen to also be the board of directors at VUTFM. So that presentation was like, wow, my guy. And I was hoping that would be, what you didn't do, team, is that you didn't invite the VUT board of directors to this occasion. They should be your key stakeholders as you speak on issues that has to do with radio and performing. Because remember, board of directors are not people who might understand what you do on a daily. And your presentation is exactly what is needed. But I'm hoping that in future, we will have them. Keep that presentation because it's so perfect, it's so proper. And because I also deal with entertainment, we love what you do, especially where you profile and you give voice to the voiceless. Local artists are struggling. Where's my boy? There's a young man here. Ah, I love you. Such talent. Such talent. So VUT as an institution, I emphasize that with MFLN, much as we host you, because I get a look over. So Rona as government, we host VUT. So we always push for collaborations because of the reasons that we cannot work in silos, right? A lot of students who were your peers, as I speak, one of the students was a peer, Tebogo Maloka. He sits in my office and he runs my social media like there's no tomorrow. So you see, when I say collaborations, you see? So I don't want to talk about my work, but I want to give you guys a word of advice. Word for today for you is that the industry is ready for you. Never doubt yourself, especially with the coming of your AIs and when I'm a 1K, I still struggle to connect on TikTok, but you guys are the drivers of the industry. Never doubt yourself and make sure that the skills and the knowledge that the institution has given you, you use it. I keep earlier on, you're like, no, I think next day I'm coming back. And I'm, no, you're not coming back. The world is ready for you out there. So make sure that whatever you have created stays and you make it better. I get. But with that being said, I am so proud of the institution and how it has really pushed the students. I get last my VUT Pili, Skahabu DJ Kopa Nacho Are, the Eagles. We never thought the Eagles will have the creativity of VUT. And I still say that I wish somehow we could have a department that focuses on drama, on acting, on dance at the institution so that our kids don't have to go to Pretoria or Cape Town to study those. It's evident that talent is here. With that being said, have a beautiful one.
Guys, can you please give a round of applause again? Mr. Banana say, I hope at least, PD nyana. Yeah. All right. Can you please give all the stakeholders that were here a round of applause? That was a great information. Did you guys learn anything from those stakeholders? Really? Okay, I'm glad that you're saying that because now we have come to a part of Q&A. So I'm hoping to hear those questions. Right? Are you guys going to engage? All right, I'm ready for you. And this is how we're going to run the Q&A. You can just name the stakeholder or the organization that you are referring to and then ask the question. Okay, as we start, anyone who has a question on towards any organization from what is from GCIS, from NCRF, from Centec, from VUTFM, and from Mfuleni Arts and Culture. If you have any question, please do
I
raise
think
your
so
hand.
far I've seen
Yes.
gentlemen there.
All right. Can we have ushers here that can help us?
Hello once again. I'm here to ask. First question is directed to VUTFM music compiler. Yeah. I want to know the process of submitting, I can say, a song or an audio, because I'm a recording artist and also a performing artist. Although I have give up on recording most of the times because I see it does not work that much for me. The only thing that is bringing much income to myself is performing arts. So I want to know which process can I use because radio stations are different. I've worked with more than 3 radio stations before my varsity life. I want to know which process. Akere, you said you must register or work on Samro, of which I'm a registered artist on Samro and also Risa and also Kasapro and the other one I forgot a little bit. So I want to know which process. And the other one question is directed to Mfulen Arts and Culture. I want to know which programs and how do you collaborate with a institution in order to get artists that are there? Because within the institution we have so-called structures. We have social structures whereby you can find artists, there are a lot, they are dancers, we have poets, we have musicians, we have DJs. How do you collaborate with the institution in finding those talent and expose them in the market or international? So thank you so much.
Okay, so to submit your music, it's actually quite easy. You can just email me, tabo.ratiani@gmail.com. Send your bio as well as your music. And of course, because you're a VT student and a resident, we'll give you an interview and probably you can perform for us. But also, to highlight something important with that question. Sometimes when people ask that, they also mean how many times am I gonna play them on air? And which is something I also want to cover just in summary. If you want your songs to be played all over South Africa on every radio station, you don't record your song and go straight to the radio station. So you market towards your song being played on the radio station. And I'll tell you why. Earlier on, I spoke about publishing rights, right? If 300 stations are playing your songs in South Africa, that's quite a lot of money, right? So when you do your marketing, you must do your marketing towards your songs being played on air as well as for you to get bookings because those are how you collect your money, right? Unlike back in the day when you had to market yourself so that you can sell CDs. So how do you market yourself to be played on every radio station? First of all, there's social media, and of course, there's also music channels, right? So once you've recorded your songs, market your songs first before you approach a radio station. Because I'll tell you why. I get like over 100 songs in a week, right? 80% of them, trust me, they're not good and we're not playing them. So as music compilers, we actually love finding songs, finding those gems. Hence, I spoke about the music committee sitting and discussing music, us going out to groove to find that song. So we like finding popular songs so that we can play and serve our listeners. Thank you.
So, Nikazi Wepeni, that that name suits you perfectly. Just to add on what he says, I'm glad that you registered with Samro, and I hope where is Cleo? Cleo, venue ya rona e registered le Samro akere. Are we? Because I'm gonna put you on the spot. Are you sure? Oh, sure. Because you performed for us at this event, Samro, through your processes, they should be able to pay you for this. From what I understand, Samro encourages creatives to register with them so that the facilities at Tshwanang as I speak to you, the municipality is so much under pressure because they want us, the venue tsa rona di be registered with them, so that every artist who is registered with them then gets something from that. So I'm gonna give you my numbers. Maybe after we'll do it together, but we'll obviously verify Lynn to you, right? So, and I also want to tell you, Nikazi, prefer live performances because live performances come with an energy. Just before you performed, I got some goosebumps. Ibile ke re, ke re ntate mana, ke mang o? So imagine if you were able to present yourself live at every event. Yes, with audio, we can listen to you, but we are very quick to jump because we want something. So I know that you want to do it for the purposes of radio, but I want to suggest that you push yourself to be more of a live performer because that comes with energy and right. With regards to your questions, we have a standing MOU with the VUT, and we am now speaking on behalf of the institution, AK Sebeletsang. And this was because of the initiatives that we've driven as Officia Arts and Culture, where I've worked with Triple S, I've worked with Department of Language Transformation. So then the both institutions realized that there is a serious relationship right there. And that relationship will forever remain. Le ha rona sebetse ha masepala, but it will remain. And it's because of the things that you just said. There's so much talent, because the institution might not be able to carry it, then because you are part of the community, we should be able to do that. I remember there used to be an organization, Ubuhle, something, bantu bamaZulu, just like game. Those guys, we used to take them out of the institution. They've performed at Grahamstown Arts Festival through the collaborations that we've had with the institution. So we are in a process of reviving that. But if you guys don't push the stakeholders to say, we want to see Mfuleni Arts and Culture be part of the activities, because remember, Rona, we come and then we unearth talent. On the 16th of December, there's a huge event happening here in the Val, Red Square, DJ Knockout. So before a big brand like that comes to the Val, and because we work with artists, you are going to make sure that they are represented on stage. Obviously, because how did I identify those that will be performing? So we go on a process, the audition. Soon there will be auditions for hip hop because there's so much talent in hip hop in the Val. There's now recent Amapiano who are driving it. So artists who would win those competition will then be on stage with those big names that are coming on the 16th. So collaboration is important, and you don't have to wait for somebody to say, you should come to my office and say, oh, Smakale, here's a concept, we want to collaborate. You don't have to wait for the institution because you are part of our community. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Also, if you are interested or you are an artist, now you know who to approach, right? Mhm. So take advantage of that. And now I'd like to ask if there's any other question. I saw people raise their hand.
One, two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mine is, I think, is a comment and a question for VUT FM. Personally, I would like to appreciate the work and the team that is there. Um, Checking from some of us who've been here for longest time. Now many students they are aware of UTFM through social media. I get happy when I see young people because young people they think too much more than the older one. The older one must give the young one chance. Yeah, the other thing that I just wanted on VUTFM, the whole VUT I think does not give sports attention. The whole even university, and the sports is something that if you check uh, even the people who are photographers who do sports, they make money more than other thing. Sports can assist you in numbers. So I wanted to check with you what is your plan with the sports in the in the university, even the community, because I travel with UTFC. They play around Val area, but there is no if you don't follow you follow soccer you don't hear much about the next match. For example, if team of Bupilong is playing with team of Tirela, for example, it seems like a derby game. So we need such things on a local radio station. So what is your plan on sports, even inside the university? For example, now universities will be going to USAS. We have soccer, we have basketball, we have, I think, tennis. How's VUT is going to assist on those sports so that at least students, even the community who follow sports, can hear those kind of shows on VTFM. I know there's a show, but I never heard about a lot of local thing. Maybe because I don't listen that much. But I think if all of things are accommodated, we'll listen to that. And again, something like even the content that you are having, maybe one day you do podcast at the bigger game around. We are having a privilege of having Pirates playing in VUT Stadium, the reserve team. Maybe you do broadcast that side. Maybe it can assist us on the sports side. That's the only thing. Other than that, you are doing very well. No one must lie to you. You are moving. I see you growing to 100,000 there. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Peter. I wish our news editor could be here because she's the one that deals with news and sports. And as you know, we are located at a sports ground. I think it's just a matter of coordinating it, getting necessary accreditation for different sporting codes. But I'm happy to basically have a conversation about it. The plan actually next year is to capacitate the news department to cover sports as well as live events. But of course, if you have ideas on how we can execute it, we are open to any new suggestions, and not just sports, but any form of content that talks to our immediate target audience. We are more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come talk to us. But thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Any question? Yeah. Can point anyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Francina Mkwena. I'm the newsreader at NW Varva FM, and subsequently, I'm also a newsreader at Liqua FM. And also, I recently ventured into presenting, right? So my question is firstly directed to the GCIS, right, Mr. Jacobs Mulete. So a lot of communications that are being sent, right? I think it's a WhatsApp platform of the government, right? There's a lot of ambiguity with regards to the language. So I wanted to ask, is there any plan that you can at least implement so that you can make the people who are actually, interested in government communications to make sure that they understand? Because sometimes when such communications are being sent, and then I know with Liqua FM, such are being sent in the news group chat, right? So the people who actually says out the communications, they miss out the context of what the communication sent. So I wanted to know, is there a way in which we can or the government, your communication or your department rather, can at least make it the communication simplified so that the people who actually say the message to the people who are listening to radio, so that it can be simplified and a bit simple for understanding. And also, I have a second question to the VUT FM, Thabo Ratsiane. In your presentation, I didn't hear anything with regards to the news, and I think the news department plays a pivotal role with regards to making sure that everyone is aware of what is happening in and outside South Africa. So, are you also looking for talent on the news department, or there's no space with regards to that? Because I know a lot of people who would like to venture into news. So I know I've been spotted by Liqua FM through NWU because I outsource myself. Yes. So I'm also doing my final year. So if possible, because I won't be able to work at NW next year, if possible, if you're looking for an NW for a newsreader rather, I'm willing to be, be part of. So So I wanted to know if there's still space for other people to actually venture into the news at VUT.
Thank you for the questions. Actually, I'm not sure which channel you're following, and then is it for government ZA or it's for provincial government? However, in terms of ensuring barring simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So therefore, we will try. I'll take your comment and then just direct it where it's supposed to be. But however, I would need to know, is it a channel for government communication nationally or government communication provincially? So because with government, there's so many spheres of government in between. So therefore, you would find that whatever you're following, maybe it's from Emfuleni kapa it's from Gauteng Department of Sports or Gauteng Department of Social Development. So after getting that information, you'll be able to assist you so that whatever the content you get there, it simplifies, easy to disseminate, and easy to distribute for people to understand the message. So we'll talk after this one.
Sorry to hijack this conversation. Bongita Misi, Citibank FM. I just wanted to add because I'm a news editor there and I am doing current affairs show, so I have an experience about what you are talking about. So can I just elaborate on how I make things easy for the audience to understand what GCIS is trying to inform or educate everyone? So what happens is that they will send a link with information that today, recently, last week, they were doing NSFAS, giving information on how NSFAS is going to work and how does it end up to a point whereby you are doing maybe advanced diploma in PR. So basically, it's about 3 or 4 years. Okay, how many years? Advanced diploma ya PR, it's a year.
Yeah.
So if it happens that your agreement with NSFAS ki selemo, NSFAS gives you an extra year. Ya hore come back again and register for a year. But if unto faila, they cut you off. So as a presenter with the information from GCIS, after the presentation, while they are playing that link, as a presenter and as a person who's dealing with news, I sit down and listen to each and every details of the guests there. The most important information that the listener eke nahanang hore will definitely need to hear and for bana ba bona. I would sit down and I would note everything eke bonang hore haeba hona le nkgono a dulang le ngwana a sebedisang NSFAS. This is the information ba e hlokang. And if mole on the link, they are directing people to the nearest office, me as a radio presenter in a community level, I note that down. I take the numbers of the relevant person that they must contact. After the whole 1 hour thing of the GCIS, then I go back again, highlight the most important information. And if they've got questions while I'm also noting, I'm doing my research also on the other hand. Wa understand hore ba mosebetsi o mongata jwang ha o etsa ka department ya ditaba. So I don't know if maybe Mr. Jacob I have, but I'm just trying to explain taba ya this thing about the GCIS hore sometimes you don't need to o sebetse ka what they give. You need to go an extra mile as a person, as a presenter, and as a person working in the news department. Mosebetsi wa hao is to inform and make sure the people they understand. You go from level ya language ya GCIS and come to level ya motho wa Sharpeville o metse hore a utlwisise hore ha ba re NSFAS registration closing date meaning it has got to be before 12 o'clock, maybe midday. You tell them that ke mosebetsi wa hao as a radio presenter hore ha ba re closing date ke hosane ha ba re hosane ha le dikela a ka 12 motshehare make sure o submitile. We understand that. So I don't know if maybe I have.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So, truth is, we are always looking for new talent, but I'm not a news editor, so I can't say yes per se. But I can tell you if you are always posting news or if you prove yourself on social media, I mean, today it's easy to sell yourself. Trust me, we will find you. And of course, since you are selling yourself, I might as well do it myself as well. On our app, on our new app that we will be releasing, you'll be able to log in as a listener, as a creator, as well as an advertiser. So you'll be able to sign up and log in as a creator, share your content there. We'll be able to look at you, listen to you, and then if you like it, we'll be able to use your content on our platforms, and you'll be able to get points, and you'll be able to earn from your points from the app. But there's more than one way of doing it. We are also doing auditions next year for everyone, the presenters, newsreaders, talent. But the most important thing is that if you are good at radio journalism, trust me, you can even go to 702 because that's what scares, being on the ground, delivering news.
All right. Thank you. Seems like everybody's selling themselves. Nami ngithi sell. You know, introduce. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is my name my name is Tiny Ndibomfamadi. I am oh yes. I'm a PR student and I'm currently doing my advance in public relation. And yeah, I think I'm coming along very well. And I was a TV presenter and I'm still in a journey of a TV presenter at Campus TV. Shout out to Campus TV. Yes. Yes. And I am also a golf player. I'm in my journey of registering with PGA. So I'm glad that Peter talked about sports because I also have a question on, when it comes to media. I was trying to find a good say, how can I combine my TV presenting and golf? Because I'm very determined with both. So I'm glad that you answered those. So yeah, Lena, I'm selling myself. So, and also remember, so when you recruit, yes. So can we have another question moving along?
Sanbon, Kate Kontoko, I'm an advanced peer student. I'd like to first answer the question, yeah, Mr. Peter, before actually directing my question. I'm a former content producer at VUTFM, and I was a producer of a show called Sports Agenda, which airs every Friday for just an hour. It's from 5 to 6. So on that show, we do have those interviews. It's just that for some reason the show is not that popular. After listening to the ultimate draft time, they just drop us. Yeah, I just feel like the station should do something to promote the show further. But it's hosted by Tidiso. It's doing very well. We're having all sorts of interviews, the volleyballs from the campus, based on campus, not the Val, but based on campus. So my question is directed to in Eastern Tech, Kosiam. I want to ask Uguti, why is the frequency? Why is the frequency when it comes to community radio station kuba nema interference, but when it comes to commercial, there are no interference? And also, does Ubaba see or vision Centec providing the same frequency for community radio stations that is provided for commercial radio stations? And if so, will those community radio station remain community radio station?
Mandimbone lo muntu ondihlokolozayo kubani? It's a lot. Firstly, ma'am, we get that a lot. That there is interference with community broadcasters or between community broadcasters, and less so with commercial space. It's not a perception, it is sometimes a reality. And this reality comes because of this, what we call spectrum congestion. Okay. And it's not deliberate, it's not to sabotage you. Okay, it's just a phenomenon that happens. That is why we try by all means that whenever you apply, you want to apply, you check with Centec first. Okay. So a lot of self-providing broadcasters do not come via us. Okay. And they go straight to ICASA. And for some reason, he will tell you, for some reason, ICASA will issue a license. Without us as signal distributors, okay, having confirmed that whatever frequency that they allocate to you, that they license, is indeed free, unencumbered, and usable. Okay, that's one point. There are also illegal broadcasters who do not have, yes, we're not limits connection. They also have that. Yes. So those technicians or people that operate in that technology space, okay, will set up an antenna on top of their house, okay, to either send information elsewhere, not necessarily to broadcast, okay, simply to send information. And that causes interference. And it's a lot of those. So ICASA was supposed to have been here to come and explain how they deal with such. Okay. And unfortunately, until they receive a complaint, they will not know that there is this interference in this area. And please do take it up. Firstly, check with us, just Centec. We'll do it for you for free. Okay. I usually charge, but because I love you so much today, okay, we'll check for you. All right, whatever interference that you're experiencing, okay, in your space can be assisted. All right. And then if we see that it is because of certain things that were not done right by the regulator, we'll advise you to take it up with the regulator. Thank you. Hinder foods. Hinder foods.
So basically, it's that if, okay, I'm interested in growing my career in content production, radio content production. So with the answer that you just gave me, it means ukuthi njengoba ngiqala la ku-community radio station, if angiphumi la kuphelile ngami, because I will remain as a product of Val, because the radio station that I'm at only frequencies around Val, right? So when you don't have any vision that one day Centec can just provide frequencies that will go all over.
Like I said, maybe I didn't clarify this enough. Okay. The fact that it is called community, that is why it is, it is, limited in that specific community. It can be a geographic community like Val itself, or it can be a community of interest, such as a church or a group. You understand? So in your quest to try and grow elsewhere, you'll obviously have to sell yourself. I mean, there's been a lot of selling that happened today. So please join the queue. Join the queue. And in terms of, like for instance, your commercial broadcasters, okay, would be licensed, like your Kaya and your Metrone. You can listen to them anywhere in the country, but with different frequencies in those spaces. You understand? Okay. Yes. So the vision of growth will depend on the issue that I lamented, that we have been given a mandate to test on behalf of the country, okay, these two technologies, okay, DAB and DRM, okay? And for those years, the infrastructure is sitting there, and we are waiting as Centec for ICASA to issue a regulation, you know, because with one frequency, as I said, you can have 20 channels, you know. So there will be a lot of that available frequency, okay, and that you can tap into. And you don't only, unfortunately, you'll have to start small, unless if unalibo Kate bomlife. If it's libo Kate libomlife, they can go straight and open a commercial station. But listen, I have Maranga's numbers, so be careful. Have I answered you, ma'am? Thank you.
Dumelang. Ke a bona batho ba ithekiša mo. Ke re le nna ke kgwetše monyetlanyana ke ithekiše. A re na le Mapedi ka mo. Ya bolelang mo ke Motinting ke Motantasana. Ke Mohwileri Chipi ke Selwa Thabele Magotlo. Ke Lehuma Monyane a Hlapiadi. Aowa. Ke na le question nyana e nyane fela monna gešo wa VUTFM. Na mokgwa ke rata comedy one. So be ke rata gore le ka mfishara neng ke tle ke dire morning driving yana ka comedy nyana. Rena Mapedi a pere gona ra tseba comedy akere. So I have a question is directed to NCRF. A ke tsebe gore ke bolela ga botse na. So I have a question to NCRF. So what strategies can VTFM implement to attract and engage a wider audience? So we want to reach Johannesburg because I'm normally at Johannesburg. So we want to see if VTFM can reach Johannesburg. So can you please assist VTFM with strategies or at least one strategy? Thank you.
Can you please repeat the question?
My question is, what strategies can VUTFM implement to attract and engage a wider audience?
Yeah, it's very important to understand the question so that the answer. My brother, let me come back to you. So, are you talking about specific audience? What kind of audience that you are talking about? Yeah, okay, it's fine.
The audience that I'm talking about is like a VUT based or community based that are actually moving from Val to Johannesburg, but they're still listening to VUTFM.
Oh, now I got you. Yes. By the way, Pilusa is paid, so nagi kim paid. Yeah, so on that one already, Mashaka already have answered you. Remember, community radio is licensed, meaning that you don't do as you please. These things is there. It's our wish list that I wish to reach America, but there's what we call relation. But at this current moment, what we can do is to take advantage of technology. And already there is an app solution is there. Then other stations, they use DSTV platforms. They are available there. So you use other platforms just to reach to various people. But because this is a university community, most people are technically savvy. So issues of phone, they are so used to it. Yeah, so that's what we have at this current moment. And then maybe before I sit down, I wanted to say something to the PR students who are here. There's an opportunity for a department called sales and marketing. So on the sales and marketing, you sell airtime, you do the marketing, and others, there's a role now here, social media platform. So as I was sitting here, I would try to maybe engage one of the leader from the organizers or the university, just to see as a NSRF, how can we do to facilitate between agencies. You've got Oka Media, you've got Talk Media, you've got a lot of them, and all of them, they are in Gauteng. So maybe we need to check, can we have maybe 10 graduates who are sitting, who don't have an opportunity? So I'll take upon myself with the committee, with the chairperson, and engage them that can't we place some of them? So, but I will do it via the I don't know how is the leadership operate, but we'll go through Induna. Yalape, yeah, Yalape KZN. Yeah, so but I think there's an opportunity for sales and marketing, and you can make a lot of money out of that. Other than pepereza on the radio. We can't all pepereza. Some of them that must do sales and marketing, and PR provide an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
PR students, I hope you guys are listening. You know who to approach Kalanchakar. Yeah. Can I have one last more question? Do we have anyone? Okay, can we get a student and then we can come to the stakeholder? If any, before I come to you, I just want to make any students has a question. Yeah, can we have a student and then I'll come back to you.
Good day. I want to Mr. Jacob for GCIS. What can you tell us about the form? Z20, Z83. Yes.
Mr. GCIS is not here right now.
Oh, okay.
He just stepped out. Sorry? Oh, can you ask that question? Maybe somebody can answer it.
Okay, my question is, it's about a mandatory application for employment form, which is Z83. So I wanted to know about that. What can you tell us more about that? How do you submit it? Yeah, things
Like how do you fill in and how do you submit it?
Yes.
Anyone who can like to answer that? Anyone who has information about Z83? Okay.
I think from what I know, it's merely for government applications, and it's a system instead of you adding your CV, unless if it's required, that's where you detail your information. I thought your question was about the language of that form, because a lot of people they don't understand it. And now on behalf of the municipality, and I like what the young lady Anna Tekisa news and where the issue of language is very important. And I'm glad that at VUT there's a department that deals with issues of language, because not all of us understand English. Just the other day we had a workshop, and one of the people who was there, but it was about film. When we apply online to seek funding, when you ask that we should attach a CV, is it the CV Z83 where you say English good or whatever? And they meant that they needed a profile of that person. So the issues of language, they are quite disadvantaged they are a disadvantage when we fill in forms. And I'm encouraging not only the municipality, but institutions to ensure that they serve the community in the language that they understand. So as AMPLIFYING, we are in the process of drafting a language policy for our community. How no ochonana ore nako tse ding something GCIS e ngotseng batho ba lona ha ba understand. It is mandatory by the constitution that message should go out in language batho ba understanding. In the VAL, the languages tse we cater for ke Sesotho, Sezulu, Sepedi, and English and Afrikaans. So soon, the municipality will ensure that communication as it goes out to communities, it caters for those languages. Kinana, maybe we would really up.
I incidentally happened to be listening to radio last week, and the issue Z83 came up. And I was surprised that still is a form that is being used. That's what I used in 1990. Honestly. And the one thing that came out was that it is very cumbersome, okay, and it's totally manual. We cannot fill it electronically. So every mistake, you start afresh. So maybe that needs to be voiced. Maybe it's a topic that needs to be played on air, okay, so that government can, because it's an impediment. Yeah, as literally how apply and we that's wrong by so I think it needs to be attended to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are giving a last question, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Okay, this is not a question, just answering Trevor there. Luckily, we have our breakfast show host in the building, so you're more than welcome to talk to him about your committee feature. And also just to answer the strategy of being out there beyond the VAL. Obviously, earlier on I did mention the app. So yeah, just follow us on our social media. Yeah, I'm plugging us. Social media, VTFM 96.9. We will announce the new app and you'll be able to listen from wherever you are in the world. And of course, another strategy we are looking to do, because I'm also in the TV space, I'm a sound engineer, freelance sound engineer for different TV shows. So we're also using VTFM as a pre-production step so that we can shoot for social media. So if you don't find us on the app, we're spreading our wings on social media. So look out for more shows, more content on social media.
Can you please clap for VTFM? All right, while we are still on VTFM, thank you so much for engaging on Q&A. I would also like to give a platform to the station manager of VT Campus TV to just give us a brief, just to talk a little bit about what VT Campus TV also offer. Can you please give Sandra a round of applause? Yes. Yes, we have E2K as a station manager at VT Campus TV. Clocking. Yes. He's kind of shy, I know.
Greetings, my name is Sandile Nkosi. By the way, I was not the one requesting the mic, so I'll just pass the mic to the relevant person. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John. I'm actually just a sound engineer, but I'm also in the industry. So maybe one or two comments I'm going to make might help someone. As far as sports is concerned, I think everyone in here, or those who follow sports, are aware of someone like by the name Vino Snap. How Vino Snap ends up with PSL, he actually registered as a media partner with PSL. So VUT has a space to do that, so that if anything sports-wise is happening in the VAL, PSL will send it to VUTFM so that it goes out to the public in that form. Growth strategies that were asked, a lot of people are partnering with AI in terms of maybe developing a script in whatever. As long as your things have order and your things flow, it's going to be easy for someone to recognize you in terms of where you're going. So there's pros and cons of AI. I think 2 weeks ago, Spotify removed over 200,000 songs that were produced and made from AI. So don't over depend on AI, but make it as a tool that can make your life easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the reason I was giving Sandra a mic, I was hoping that we can also sell ourselves like Vigiti did. So I will do that on his behalf as an ex-official deputy station manager of VT Campus TV. Yes, I deserve a clap for that. So I would just like to make a shout out to all media houses at VUT. We have Peter the Great. He has the Great podcast. And then we also have both VUT Campus TV and VUT AFM. We have a lot of media houses at VUT. So I'm glad that we are, making noise in the media. So just to give a little brief on VUT Campus TV. VUT Campus TV is the same as VUT FM, but we are just practically on TV, basically. So we offer a lot of services, by the way. Can you please just raise your hand to Melo? Yes, he's busy there and he's shooting a live. So we are trying to push and be relatable on what people like. These days, people no longer want to come attend events. They like watching everything on cell phone. So we're trying to be relatable on literally anything. So if you would like to check VUT Campus TV, please do check them on Instagram, Facebook, literally all social media. And they also have an app as VUT FM. And yeah, I think right now we are on 5,000 subscribers, right? Yeah. Yes. And I would like, because here I'm sure everyone who has a program can see that there is an organization called NABSA. So in their absentia, they literally sent us just a video that they can just give us information about what kind of service do they offer and what kind of solution they can actually come up with. Do we have the video ready? We don't have the radio ready. All right. Do we have the video?
And the Association of Broadcasters encourages each of its members to be grounded in the principles of democracy, diversity, and freedom of expression. The voice of South Africa's broadcasting industry, the NAB, is that voice. Celebrating freedom in broadcasting. Visit nab.org.za.
All right. Can everybody see? If at the back. All right.
Okay, then there's the question of digital inclusion. Now, we know that there's a term being punted everywhere, 4th IR, 5G, these are all technology terms. But within local communities, you would find the proliferation of these technologies in pockets. So it will be driven by the marketplace. So you would find MTN, Vodacom, these big tech players would provide opportunities for access. And I think there's an opportunity for community broadcasters to engage these telcos and see whether there's an opportunity to zero rate some of these access points for local communities. And then there's obviously this initiative that we heard Centec speaking about. It's not my broadband, but something about connectivity. So I'm sure that a platform like that, because it's linked to USASA, which is Universal Access entity, we can find solutions to make sure that we deal with the barriers to access for rural communities when it comes to digital access. So I do think that from a social entrepreneurial point of view, we can also give opportunity to local tech and telco entrepreneurs to come into the fray when it comes to creating opportunities equity access for local and rural communities. There's also from the community broadcaster side, because of the access that internet and internet-based technology is providing, is that you can now also improve your engagement with your audience, and that engagement with your audience through your different social media platforms provide data, and that data, if directed properly, can also assist with improving our offering and our content delivery to local communities. We are busy. I'm involved with Condensation, a company that has got a product called Q24, and this product we've now developed with ComRadio. In ComRadio Pty, we've developed a platform, cloud-based platform for community radio to ensure that their compliance with ICASA and all other statutory bodies are sorted through a cloud-based platform that give real-time status on these reports. For instance, if you are a broadcaster, you know that there's several reports that you need to submit to ICASA on an annual basis, quarterly basis, monthly basis. These reports are due, and to capture the data, sometimes that's when you heard Centec saying earlier, some stations lost their licenses. It was because of non-compliance as well. So these stations would now have a cloud-based prompt that can assist them to not forget these critical deadlines. And this platform Q24 will then help these stations to make sure that these forms are captured, the data is captured, and it can even be automated if you have the full version. The system automate these reports and populate the data sections within these reports as you run your station on a day-to-day basis. So it's really linked to AI and how AI can help to deal with the mundane day-to-day donkey work within your station. So it's a very exciting time. It even help you when you do news bulletins. That news bulletins, you can give the instruction that an article be written and posted based on your news article. You can provide pictures, and this platform will be able to post that on your website and on your social media pages. So that is the level of access that stations can take responsibility for in terms of digital inclusion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope he answered a few questions that you guys were curious about. And moving along with the program, just for you to host up a little bit again, can I have Ubleke for entertainment? Can you please give a round of applause? You guys are not loud enough. Can you please give him a round of applause? Yes, much, much better.
Are we? Yo. Are you guys good? Are you guys good? Yeah, naktabetsu ba mona bafethu. By the way, nakalibitso ke Thabiso, popularly known as Black. I'm an artist from Sharpeville. I co-founded a movement to Between 2000 gang, and today I'm just here to perform for you guys 2 songs. One song is out now. You can definitely catch me on Spotify, YouTube, Google Play, wherever you can on the net. Just search Kibleke and you'll get the song. The first song I'm about to perform is called Head to Metro. Head to Metro. The engineer. I don't see the engineer. Yeah, as I said, guys, I came from a movement Between 2000 gang, and I don't see the engineer, so I'm thinking, okay, there he is. I was about to do a freestyle. See, Okay, yeah, ka speed fela. Ba re black ya o re kene ka float tse monate godimo ke tle ke jile ntjale dikats. Ha o le mrepas nang defend. Na never go judge ho ba le nna ne ke qala ne ba nshebela fatshe empa bona mo re teng. Ha ka fihla fela tsela jile di reteng. Re tsamaya masu re performa di taverneng. That's why Clever ba tla fisha na ke beya 7eng. Ha ke ba qeneheli, ha ke ba hemisi ke dropa beke le beke. Meaning hit tsena tsona di tswa back to back. I don't hang with niggas ba ne ba ratang di tshele mollo wa ka na wa tuka ba na Charlie Church. Yo, Mr. Engineer. This one is called Head to Metro. It's out now on YouTube, Spotify, Deezer. Oh, Seba Fetu. Get black. When I say yo, yo, you say get black. Yo, yo. Get black. Outra. Akshebile mo kitante. Kilebo ajesu udulampo loka man. I've really been to the pits. I try keep it gangster, but sometimes I notice I'm really nothing without him. The older I grow, the more I realize that my tata to do lalete. Kumele standards is tembeni. This is the real truth. Take Jotari Dwana Jehovah Wabusa. I've seen him in all that I've been through. Satanoto testa how rapela hulu, so don't expect life to be simple. Just tell my little sister Ashebe who just whenever feel for life again to Amaya Wadi. Life again. I had to own, I couldn't relate to nobody at home. Volume in 22 because I ain't got nobody calling my phone. I'm literally at the zone. None of these people who pass me the bone. Volume, man, most of the time, man, I feel alone. And find motivation to get on the grind. Lately, I wake up and get it and prove to my girl, I really try, I had to provide. When I start to slide, you might be looking at me like I'm broke. My grisa wa tibagis, I'm blind. Yeah, ne. All I'm gonna tell you, go chevo Jésus. O rappelle. O khuma mo rappelle o chevanile Jésus, man. Udla second verse. Hey, I'm coming back harder than ever before. Kadumela khalik tuna di flop. Impaga bani ge pesha bibi lixile satan is sleeping on the floor. Hey, I had to get on my knees and pray for the person that I wanna be someday. When I asked God for the light, even I didn't think that it would come this way. I had to mature. Get the lady beefy. Yeah, I'm trying to move on. Askisi. Busy cause this nigga battle prove a point. Already these boys ain't got it like this, but Vela ain't got it like this. Who else you know drop it this after this? Who else you know could get thrown in the water and come out on top swimming just like a fish? Langata maya khoshonya muriti walifuna nkekebe katsoa nix. Cause even if I had a target aimed at my head, shoot they miss. Woo! Woo! Now let's take it back to Jehovah. Boy, my beef era is over. Woo! Woo! All of it is getting toxic. You win, I forfeit, cause all of this is not worth it. Get black. Thank you. Oh man, I'm really overwhelmed by Fetu. I'm a bit nervous coming here on stage. Please don't mind me messing up my lines, Abo. But I wanna, wait, please pause it. For this one, Bafetu, I want us to turn up and dance a little bit, Wabo. Like I said before, I co-founded a movement, Ebitwang 2000 Gang. So this movement is also available on YouTube, Spotify, you can also search us. It's called 2000 Gang. And I run with like a team of young creatives. We get it on music to go perform to the music video. We shoot them ourselves. We edit ourselves. We do everything ourselves. And I want to give also a big shout out and thank you to all the radio stations that came here today. I've actually been one of the artists Teba Pala and VUTFM, Teba Pala and Lekwa FM, Teba Palo Ambos Dibeng FM. So I won't hate on radio because it has helped me a lot in my life. So for this next song, Bafeto, I want you to help me welcome my young brother from 2000 Gang. He goes by the name Native The Star Show. Yeah, untshwaretse chorus on this next one. Bafeto, bitwa ke tabatse with a December banger. Please hit it, Mr. DJ.
Yes, sir.
I got Native The Star Show. Ke tabatse.
And I get tabatse, Bafeto. And I get tabatse. I get a life feel. Let tabatse. Yeah, life feel.
Life feel.
Yeah, life feel.
Life feel.
Yeah, life feel.
And it goes like,
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, let's go. Life feel. Bigiteo. Palaeo. Zagaeo. Kibata life feel. Karateo. Zazaleo. Kitabateo. Kibata life feel. Bigiteo. Zazaleo. Kitabateo. Kibata life feel. Bigiteo. Palaeo. Zagaeo. Kibata life feel. Hey, life feel. Hey, life feel.
Kita bate, dulak baletan ite dile, magozo mela di cleva te khalifile, ki kenis gel otan tola lite badile, qui rappelle à success in twegi habile, qui rappelle à les saves de mo qui société. Please try to understand the gile hustle, khale ge eta di poso mo ki fitile, but God is good, pos no se repel up depo, stack up the money relwanele utwa ghetto, hang with pretty mamis rebale bom fetu. Tore tobela mthetho life fair. Nagi batang hai batiri parate. Tese banga batutwa la tabate. Shabana li zaga khela thala e. Saban sinyeta na kok bata life. Birite. Bala e. Zaga e ke bata life. Birite. Gadale ke tabate ke bata life. Bala e. Zaga e ke bata life. Karate. Gadale ke tabate ke bata life. Life, que bata life, que tá batendo. Entele tá batendo, le cajeno. Hating niggas got us saucy from the get-go. Hating niggas trying to act like we not special. Just a bro, I want to get a Lorenzo. Obviously, bata karate. I'm the boy, so giddy ze vale jadale. Le today, se ki bambana le paula eo. So je hofa ko pamble se kazaga e. Cause life fail. Nagi batang hai batiri parate. Se banga batuto la tabate. Khawana le telo batle saga eo. Skavan sinyata na ko bata life fail. Dirite, bae, zagae, que bata life, karate, jadaleo, que tabate, que bata life, dirite, bae, zagae, que bata life, karate, jadaleo, que tabate, que bata life, 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 que tabate. VUT, we love you so very much. Please don't forget. It's 2000 gang. 2000 the song is coming out that December bafethu. Early December, the song is coming out. Kitabateo by 2000 gang. It's your boy Kibleke. I got my boy Native. We love you. Kitabati.
Jenna. Oh, sorry. It was Black. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Black. Let's give them a round of applause. Kitabateu, que life you. All right, we come to the end of the program, ladies and gentlemen. We just want to get a vote of thanks for words of thanks from Mr. Manana, please. Let's just give him a round of applause as he comes straight in front.
Can we please give Manana a round of applause? Thank you. Can you please give a round of applause? This is our Max. They are gifts. I didn't know that they are gifts. Cindy. Yes. Okay.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I think in all the assessments that we've done in years before, this is probably the first one that I've been called to talk. I don't know, maybe it's part of the bribery. Can I request that Madlanga commission number, please? First, I would like to start with an apology. and appreciation. So I would like to apologize to all our stakeholders that are here and everyone that managed to make it today. I mean, this event was postponed 2 times. At some point, it looked like it's not going to happen. But it had to. First, because as a lecturer, you can't reduce the level of assessment. You can't just say because this is not able to happen now or be conducted today, then I'm going to reduce the level of assessment into a test maybe. You know, it's like, no, it still has to be done, it has to be executed so that we can see if you are capable, we can see if you are ready for the industry. You know, and then also secondly, there were a lot of issues that needed to be addressed in relation to community radio and community media as well as performing arts. That's why this morning I was so heartbroken when I heard that ICASA is not going to be able to make it. It's not their fault, really. But they did commit at the end that they will make it, but somehow they did not make it. There are a lot of questions as far as the regulations of ICASA are concerned when it comes to community radio. For instance, if you look at the reviews of previous years, from your IBA Act of 1999 to your Broadcasting Act to your ICASA Act, there's a lot of reviews that talk about commercial broadcasting in the public sector, but there's about the 3rd tier in the 3-tier system. You know, it's almost like it's a stepchild that keeps being dragged along every time. But like, yeah, we know you're here, you know, so as a community radio, just come along with us every time we go somewhere, you know. And we had also invited the Communication Workers Union. They wanted to do a presentation via Teams, but it was like, no, we can't be having a lot of online presentations, otherwise people will just end up stepping out. But there's also a lot we have to talk about in terms of unionization of community radio workers. It's one of the topics that is sort of sidelined, but like, no, you'll be fine, you know, just get a salary there and get a salary there, you know, and get a contract and come do a radio show at 12 midnight, do the midnight shift. You will be fine, you know, but we do need to talk about unionization of the protection of community radio workers at some point in time. It's one of the topics that we have to engage on. I was hoping also that Samro, who flatly refused to come, I'll blame the EFF in this case because I don't know what they are doing to Samro. If you follow the news, you'll see that the EFF is busy with Samro these days. They can't even come out of their offices. But there's a lot of issues when it comes to monetization. Also for influencers, and also as a regular content creator on social media. You know, most of us don't have the do's and don'ts of, like, do I have the rights to use this song on my WhatsApp status, for instance? Do I have the rights to use this song on my TikTok post, for instance, your Instagram? You know, just as, not as a media worker, but as a normal social media user. We need clarities around all those issues. You know, if I use someone's song, what does it mean? You know, at some point in time, I think last year was it this year, I posted a video of one of the events that we normally do at amphitheater. And then the publisher reclaimed the song, so the video was left there without a sound. You know, it's like, hey, and how does this work? You know. So that the digital space, in as much as we are big engagers, we are big users in them, but there's a lot of copyright issues that we need to hear from your likes of Simpra and Samro. You know, what is it that I have the right to do? What is it that I don't have the right to do? What if I take umnikazi wepeni right now and I post this video on my TikTok. How is mnikazi wepeni or Blake going to get, or going to monetize or benefit along those lines. But also what also came out today was some awareness about community radio. Basic awareness in terms of how does community radio work and why is it important for our communities. You'll be surprised. We just go around with an assumption that everyone knows how a community radio station works, the legislation issues, the frequency issues, and all of those things. But not really, because the stakeholder that is supposed to do that in terms of engaging the community sometimes is mostly found wanting in most circumstances, And in terms of Centec, I can guarantee you that most people in this room actually didn't know Centec. Yeah, and yet they are the digital and media life that we breathe. Except if you're using print. But if you're using your digital spaces, you're using your radio, you're using your TV as things stand, Centec is the transmitter that goes into your eyes and your ears. They are the carrier of the information that we consume in most of the time. I still think that there should be more done about creating awareness about what ICASA is. I don't know if you guys did catch this. Free Vision TV. Did you guys catch that? Do you see the possibilities? Do you see the possibilities? I think there's a lot of possibilities around there. If there are any powers that be from VUT here, you start opening your eyes and your brains and let's look at what can be done, especially for communities of interest, as it was explained. Remember, a community of interest transgresses the boundaries of your geographic boundaries. We've got VUT alumni everywhere. We have a guest here from UNISA. Yes. I used to work there at UNISA. I actually got the first license for UNISA. I actually established it. I'm not bragging, but it's a fact. No, that's what I was hired for. My background is in community radio, but then I fell in love with academia somehow. But that's why I was hired at UNISA to establish a community radio station there. And one of the possibilities that you can probably take home is what was presented in terms of the types of transmissions that can be done. Because I know UNISA radio struggle, it's mostly online now. But I think if you did look at those types, that there's something to take home about that can bring that station out of the streaming network into life. There's a joke. My first experience with community media was at Voice of Wits. I actually got them their first license. But there's something that happened before that. You see, if you are in Bramfontein, just as you're getting closer to Parktown, you can see Auckland Park there, you can see the Centec Tower. So we actually thought it's very close, we can actually walk there. And we actually thought that's where Centec offices are because the tower is there. The offices must be there. Most of you know Professor Ngwenye. I was with him. So we're like, man, we can walk there. It's lunchtime. So we took a walk. We're like, this tower keeps on looking like it's closer, it's closer, it's closer, it's closer. We're like, I think we had walked about 20 kilometers now. We're like, I know, finally, we're like, I know, here it is, let's just go in there. We'll get there are no offices. So we asked the security guard, where are the offices? They're like, no, the offices are in Rosebank. When you're on top there where the tower is and you're looking down there, you can see Rosebank and Sentin, it all looks flat and nice. We're like, no man, we can walk there. It's like, I know, we just take Oxford Road and will be in Rosebank. That's how bad we wanted that frequency at that time. Why was it important? For educational purposes. Because as media students of that time, we felt like we don't have practical experience. So we needed to have that, our radio station broadcasting, so that we can have practical experience of how the media works. That's how I first came into contact with ICASA. Anyway, we did walk to Rosebank as well. On that day, I think we walked about 50 kilometers combined. Ask me to do that now. So I think there's a lot of awareness that should be done about Centec, especially after today's presentation. For any aspiring media practitioners, I see huge opportunities there. And then GCIS, the name burst into the scene during the time of JGZ Zuma and Mr. Zwanele Manyi. You guys know of the platforms, the New Age and ANN7, right? EMA2K. Yeah, you know of those platforms. Used to be there on DSTV in a popular newspaper where GCIS was mainly used to push those platforms. It came out as a big scandal and something that was described as negative. But I just often wondered, like, if such a strategy could be used to empower community radio stations, I doubt it will be scandalous. In my view, community radio stations are just left there in the corners, like, you're going to take this small portion, just try to survive by itself. And at the same time, when you look at the quotas, they are good for local content development, but we also want some sort of equity in the market share of the broadcasting sector. Because if we don't get a fair equity in broadcasting, then we are left as developers of talent, which, skills drainage down the road. You look at most radio stations today, if you listen to 947, for instance, I think it's only Anele that did not do community radio. The rest, whether it's your Mofire, they did community radio. You go to Radio 2000, your Spoos and your Cleos, they come from community radio. Your Tembisa and your Alex, community radio station. Most of the people in there come from community radio. But what is the status of community radio today? What is the way forward for community radio? But I was happy to hear that ICASA is reviewing their license, their regulations. Maybe we should go in there in numbers and be like, we don't want that, we don't want that, we don't want that, we don't want that. Leave the mandate, but remove the quotas. The mandate is fine. Local development, it's okay. But remove the quotas, we don't want them. Such things. How come is TikTok surviving very well with the mandate of local development? That's what TikTok does. You get things like your Zulu TikTok, your Sotho TikTok. That's a local mandate. But there are no quotas on TikTok. But everyone consumes TikTok, and everyone consumes based on their language, preferably. So there are lessons that we can learn. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to delay a bit more. I was quite worried when I look at the program when I arrived. I was like, until 4. I was like, I was dealing with people with energy here. But if the onus is upon me to close the show, believe you me, I will not push it closer to 4. So I'm not sure how from the program coordinators how it's gonna go from now to lunch. Maybe they will give us a direction in terms of that. But normally we do request from our stakeholders a few photos right there and there for memorabilia. But hopefully this is not the last time that we meet. I am definitely sure, especially after seeing what Centec presented to us here. I was like, this is my chance to be an entrepreneur. And she said, IS is right here to put money in my pocket. You know, also for our plan Campus TV, I can tell you that there's hope after seeing that presentation. There's hope for us to grow. We have a small platform called Campus TV. It's an app-based, podcast-based student interviews, but it's mainly for training, work integrated learning students. I think we have a lot of WIL students in here. So we provide training for them. And also I must mention that most of the radio stations that I hear do take in our students. That they're in the corner, NCRF. We have a very good partnership with them, most of the radio stations that I hear in terms of satisfying the mandate of training. You know, I don't know how many students have they taken this year. I'm sure it's like 20 or something. I've lost the count. VUTFM always twice a year. Lekwa, we've had a bit of disconnection there and there. Theta, we need to talk. You know. As a person of media background, so preferably I send them to the media because there's a lot to learn. They already know PR, you know. So if they understand how the platforms work, it becomes a greater opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, thanks to everyone that showed up today, that made this day a success. And I don't know if 100% is possible. I've never seen 100% being allocated. So I will go and inquire. On that note, please allow me to step down, and the program coordinators, please give us a way forward. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mr. Manana just giving us a word of thanks right there, and I think he really unpacked the event all in all. So right now we just left with just 2 items. We just need closing words from Wandile and Cindy. If they can come forth, please. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hi.
Ngathi angijabulanga. Ngathi angijabulanga. Hayi lo 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 lo.
Bathi shila phela sazane kangcono. Hi, I come back. So I have to give thanks to you guys. As we conclude the Community Radio and Performing Arts Summit, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being part of these meaningful conversations. To our speakers, thank you for sharing your expertise, experiences, and insights that have enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities facing community media and creative industries.
As I take over, I would like to direct this to our panelists, our moderator, Mr. Manana. We hope that you get that 100% because you deserve it. And of course, to us as organizers, we had a very long one, but we made it. Thank you guys for your tireless effort in making this event a success. Your dedication and passion have been instrumental in shaping this summit, and it is a valuable platform for knowledge and for networking. So also to our panelists, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and contributions. Your presence has made this summit a vibrant and enriching experience. Last but not least, we hope that the connections made and ideas shared today will inspire and empower you to drive a positive change in your respective fields. We're looking forward to seeing the impact of this summit in the days and the months and in the years to come. With all that being said, God bless you and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. In that note, I would just like to make a simple and it's just quick request. I was asked by the photographer to ask all the stakeholders to come in the front so that we can take a group picture. Can all the stakeholders please come on the front? Can you please give them a round of applause when they come to the front? DJ, can we have some music in the meantime? Sorry? You charge? Send an invoice. All right. Can I also have the radio stations also that are available to come in the front? Citibank FM, UNISA, NW, Umpagati. Can you all please come to the front? Pretty please. Gift, can you also come to the front? Sandra, can you also come to the front? Whoa, Nina. Can I also have all the radio stations to come to the front? You guys, VTFM, why are you guys sitting down? Please come to the front. And can you please give a round of applause to VTFM and the group? Yes, you guys are not loud enough. Yes. All right. Peter, can we have you? Come and take a picture. See yourself. Nigaziwe Penny and Blake, can you also please come to the front? And Shobisile, can you please give them a round of applause? Blake and his friend, can you please also come to the front? Is it okay? Angiveli nokuvela nkosi yami. But ke sizothini? Mara ke tla ka morao. Uyakubona ngigrowa kanjani? Akangifuni ngize phambili. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, now we are coming to your favorite part. What you have been waiting for. Ooh, Nina. But before that, I want to make sure, are you guys listening? Are you guys listening? Can I get your attention, please? Can I get your attention, please? Are you guys listening to me? Can I get your attention at the back? Hi, guys. Can I get your attention at the back? Thank you. Now we have come to your favorite part. Yeah. I was still checking if the grave is still prepared, you know, or who shot that in, you know. And just before that, I would like to call Nombulelo to come in the front to assist me to announce what's going to... She's staring at me. I don't know why. All right, now we have come to the lunch and refreshment time, and there are a few rules before we get to that. I would like to start by the VIPs. Please follow this lady. She's gonna direct you. You have to go. Yes, you can follow this lady. They're gonna, I don't know. Remember, guys, they're still here for you guys to network with them. They're just going to eat and then they're gonna network with you guys. Please come down so that I can be able to lead you guys on where and how you're going to be led. All right. All right, when the VIPs are still going that side, can I have all the advanced students to come in the front? Can I have all advanced students to come in the front, please? Can I have all the advanced students to
Fine. Why can't I be?
All right. Can I have ushers that are gonna? Okay. Yes. Okay, but let them eat first. Okay, that bus is around. Okay. Can I confirm with Miss Manana just, and then I'll get back to you. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. All right. Can I have the ushers that are gonna usher the students to get the food? Can we have a volume, Mr. DJ? Okay. Where are the ushers? Can you please raise your hand? Can you please raise your hand? Guys, are you looking at them? There are your ushers. Please follow them so that you can go and get your food. And please note that the bus is already outside, so you guys can fetch your food. And then, yeah. Please follow the ushers so that they can lead you to where you have to fetch your food.